Chapter 694. They didn't pay much attention to the car parked outside. Wasn't it normal for a car to come and go in a modern city? Sua Xiao Duo didn't mind at all. Gao Qiao and Gao Qingxiang often parked at the entrance, so they were used to it. Plus, at this time, they usually didn't come to find them. 1 out of 10 times, they came to ask for directions. It shouldn't have anything to do with us. Sua Xiao Duo laughed heartily. After the joke, his mood improved as he didn't receive any gifts. He squinted his eyes. Let's continue drinking, let's continue. However, Yu Dongtian and the rest sensed that something was wrong. It seemed like someone was talking and then paying. And then taking the luggage out of the trunk. Then footsteps sounded from the main door. With a squeak, the main door was pushed open. They really came to my house. Sua Xiao Duo was puzzled. Who was it? Why did they come at this time? Lai Xiaohua, Yu Dongtian, and the rest were already bewildered. Because each and every one of them felt a familiar yet extremely strange feeling. At this time, a joyful voice came from outside. Goo! Oh my God! Sua Xiao Duo jumped up in joy. It's actually my mom. He rushed out like a whirlwind. Yu Dongtian, who had just stood up, sat back down. His face turned ghastly white. Fuck! Lai Xiaohua, his wife, Kong Xiaobing, and Xiaobing turned to run out, but they remembered that they were in the villa and looked at the window. However, Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiao Duo had already spread out their hands and pressed down on their shoulders. Each of them held down 2 people and pushed the 4 of them back to their seats, saying, "Don't move." Lai Xiaohua looked at Yu Xiaoyu in despair. You fucking tricked me. When he looked over, he saw that Yu Xiaoyu's face was also covered in cold sweat. She seemed to be even more afraid than he was. He revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Tricking you? Do I need to sacrifice myself? Lai Xiaohua was so anxious that acne appeared on his face. He said angrily, "What are you afraid of?" It's understandable that we're afraid. But what is a heavenly king of the right afraid of? You're his nephew. Yu Xiaoyu coughed and quickly checked her spatial ring. A smile appeared on Bai Xiaodua's gentle face. What a coincidence. He had a gloating look on his face. If you guys had brought a greeting gift just now, you might have been able to say something. But now... He ha 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 ha. I'll teach you not to give. Let's see what you can do. Lai Xiaohua and the others looked as if they had lost their parents. We don't want such a coincidence. I want to leave. But now that he was pinned down, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. For a moment, there was nothing he could do, and his mind went blank. Who can save me? In the courtyard, a gentle voice mixed with infinite doting said, Damn, why does it seem like there's a dinner party tonight? He sniffed and said, The smell of alcohol is so strong. Sua Xiaodua's voice was filled with flattery. Mom, there are no outsiders. They are all my classmates who are gathering here. Speaking of which, this is the first time we're having a drinking party. It's really a coincidence that the 2 of you are able to meet each other at the first time. A gentle voice said, Oh, a dinner party between classmates. Then it's fine. Your mom and I will go in and clean up. You guys can have your dinner. Don't worry about us. We're the ones who are messing things up. Sua Xiaodua's voice sounded. How can that be? Dad, it's not easy for you to come. We've just started and haven't even touched our chopsticks. I've never been the main hostess since I was young, and I don't know how to do this. Now that you're here, you can be the main hostess. And teach me. Sua Chonglu's voice was hesitant. This isn't very appropriate. In the room, the Umno Alliance members put their hands together and prayed. Yes, it's not appropriate. Hurry up and leave. It's too inappropriate. Hurry up and clean up. Swa Xiao Duo, hurry up and get your dad out of here. Hey, Mom, let me carry it, let me carry it. Why is there such a big suitcase? Dad, what's wrong with it? We're all juniors. Isn't it good that you're here? Then the door opened. Swa Xiao Duo pretended to carry a huge suitcase with both hands. He pretended to be out of breath as he carried it in. At this moment, everyone just wanted to beat this kid to death with a few punches and kicks. You're almost strong enough to lift a mountain now. How can you be so tired carrying a suitcase? And both hands at the same time. He's really good at pretending to be obedient in front of his mom. The door opened. Light shone through. Zhou Chonglu and Wu Yuding instantly saw the 7 people standing in a daze inside. They couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Even with their cultivation level and temperament, they were still a little dazed. I'm not mistaken, am I? My son's brothers of the same generation. Why? Why do they all look so familiar? Zhou Zhanglu and Wu Yuding revealed a puzzled look. They couldn't have made a mistake, right? They looked at each other subconsciously and saw the same puzzled look in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, the two of them took 2 quick steps forward and entered the entrance hall in 1 step. Then, they saw the different expressions on the 7 faces at close range. Yu Dongtian looked as if he wanted to drill under the table. Yun Xiaohu and his wife were pleasantly surprised and excited. And Lai Xiaohua and his wife were embarrassed because they didn't know where to put their hands and feet. Kong Xiaodan and Bing Xiaobing's 4 eyeballs were about to fly out of their heads. And Li Chenglong, who was pleasantly surprised from the bottom of his heart. Uncle Zhua, Auntie Zhua, why are you here? That's great, that's great. Good, good, good. Zhou Chonglu smiled like a spring breeze. He walked in with his long legs and laughed. Xiao Duo, are these your brothers of the same generation? Wu Yuding also came in. She smiled strangely and said, there are also 2 young ladies. These 2 young ladies are really pretty. Lai Xiaohua and the others. They stood there one by one. At this moment, they really felt like the universe had exploded in front of their eyes. A chicken claw in Lai Xiaohua's mouth fell out with a clatter. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. He immediately lowered his head and used his mouth to pick up the chicken claw. Then, he unconsciously chewed it and swallowed it down along with the skin and bones. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Chonglu looked like an elder. He smiled kindly and looked at them one by one. He sighed. They are all talented people. Xiao Duo, your friends of the same generation are not bad. Zhou Xiao Duo chuckled, but his heart was filled with worry. Dad obviously didn't know the situation. Our table is very complicated. Those 4 are from the Umno Alliance. These 3 are from the Astral Souls. They are all experts and geniuses. Dad was once a transcendent, but his cultivation was gone now. Would he be able to handle it? He saw Zhou Zhanglu walking over with a smile on his face. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo nimbly moved their chairs aside and opened up a path to the host and hostess seats. Yun Xiaoduo casually pushed the stiffened Yu Xiaoyu to the side. Then, Zhou Chonglu sat in the seat that Zhou Xiaoduo was originally sitting in. Then he chuckled, damn it. Lai Xiaohua and the others immediately felt hurt. You scolded us the moment you came up. What are you trying to do? But he heard Wu Yuding immediately reply, what? Lai Xiaohua and the others lowered their heads. I see that this was a form of address. That was how people with children addressed each other. Why don't you pack up later? There are so many children here, and all of them are so young and promising. Now that they are at our house, we can have a meal together. It's a good time to be lively. Zhuo Zhonglu Xuan said elegantly. Wu Yuding nodded. Okay. She ordered, Xiao Duo, put the suitcase aside and come eat. Okay. Zhuo Xiao Duo was even more confused. He put the suitcase behind the sofa and came over to add a few more chairs. As a result, his current position had changed, and it had changed completely. There were 2 seats for the host and hostess, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding. Main guest, Lai Xiaohua. Assistant guest, Kong Xiaodan. Assistant guest, Zhuo Xiaoduo, mainly responsible for pouring wine. Third and fourth guests, Yun Xiaohu, Bai Xiaoduo. Third and fourth guests, Shui Xiaoluo, Bing Xiaobing. Fifth and sixth guests, Yu Xiaoyu, Li Changlong. It was a standard Astral Souls mainland drinking game. Take a seat, take a seat. Zhuo Chonglu's attitude was very friendly. He was at ease at the table. It was obvious that he was a veteran who had been tested by alcohol. Why are you being so polite? Since you are friends with my son, you are my juniors. Since you are my juniors, why are you not listening? Uncle asked you to sit, so sit. Why are you being so polite? Lai Xiaohua sat straight on the chair. It felt as if he was sitting on a mountain of knives. I don't want to live anymore. I am 1 generation younger. Shui Xiaoluo, Kong Xiaodan, and Bing Xiaobing also sat down without knowing what was under their butts. To be honest, the 3 of them were still in a state of confusion. Their eyes were shining. The chaos in their minds had just begun that they really didn't understand. What was going on today? Why did the situation suddenly take a turn for the worse? How did it get out of hand? On the other side, Yu Xiaoyu and Yun Xiaohu were much more natural. They had already sat down. The only difference was that Yu Xiaoyu carefully sat with half her buttocks on the other half of the chair. She looked like she didn't dare to look, didn't dare to listen, didn't dare to say, and wasn't moved. On the other hand, Yun Xiaohu and his wife sat very comfortably. Ever since Zhuo Chonglu came in. As Zhuo Zhonglu and his wife sat down, Bai Xiaoduo's mouth didn't stop moving. Although she didn't make any sound, she told Zhuo Zhonglu everything that had happened that night through telepathy at the speed of a machine gun. Especially when she mentioned that they didn't bring any gifts. Bai Xiaoduo was very angry. Zhuo Chonglu received the guests and smiled at each of them. He also listened attentively to Bai Xiaoduo's report. Then, he nodded to show that he understood. Then, he smiled and said, "Today is a good day." Chapter 695. Zhuo Chonglu looked at everyone with a smile. His face was like jade, and his elegant temperament was admirable at first sight. He was graceful and at ease. Sitting in the main seat, he was as deep as the abyss and as vast as the sea. When people saw him, they couldn't help but praise him from the bottom of their hearts. This is a true gentleman, gentle as jade. Lai Xiaohua and the others looked at Zhuo Chonglu's elegance, but their gazes were strange. It was as if they were looking at the legendary giant Kuan opening its mouth to swallow the sky. Zhuo Chonglu laughed. We came from afar to visit our son who is studying abroad, but we really did not expect that we would be like this today. A full house. Zhuo Zhonglu emphasized the words full of distinguished friends. Bai Xiaoduo laughed for a while, then stopped. There was nothing wrong with this sentence in itself. This was truly a full house of distinguished guests. Even if anyone from the 3 continents came to look at this table, they could only agree with it and could not say anything against it. Moreover, other than the adjective full of distinguished guests, he couldn't think of a more appropriate description. Since this idiom was used at this banquet, it was the right place to use it. Very happy. Very happy. Sua Chonglu was very emotional. As a parent, I want to see my son do well. And where can I see my son doing well? You can see it from the friends he makes. If his friends are all successful, his son will definitely be successful. Yu Xiaoyu looked embarrassed. Lai Xiaohua forced himself to calm down and rolled his eyes. This old man had been holding back for a long time, hadn't he? He could finally let go today. Look at how smug he was. Now that I see all of you, I can say that my heart has been hanging in the air for a long time. Sua Zhonglu sighed and said, with friends like you, my son will definitely become better and better in the future through getting along with you. He will gradually become a real gentleman, a noble person, a pure person, a person with morals, and a person who is free from vulgar interests. Cough, cough, cough. Kong Xiaodan coughed repeatedly. I can't take it anymore. Your son is about to surpass his father. The 4 types of people that you mentioned have nothing to do with him at all. You're right. This is the greatest pride of a parent. Sua Chonglu's face was filled with relief. He looked at the Lai Hua couple, Kong Xiaodan, and Bing Xiaobing lovingly. You are all good children. His loving gaze swept back and forth. The 4 people's faces turned green and white. I want to fuck your grandpa, can I? That's enough, Master Zhua. If you continue, you'll be going overboard. However, Sua Chonglu obviously did not intend to let it go so easily. He continued to sigh, you are all young talents. I still don't know your names. Yes. Dad. Sua Xiao Duo already felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, and something was wrong. He hurriedly stood up and introduced, the red-haired one sitting beside you is called Lai Xiaohua, and this is his wife, Sua Xiao Luo. Sua Chonglu looked kindly at Lai Xiaohua. Red-haired, your name is not bad. It's rare. In the future, you must cherish your wife. After all, it's not easy to find a wife in this day and age. Especially a red-haired one like you. You look like a delinquent. You're already like this, but your wife is still willing to be with you. That's rare. Sua Chonglu spoke in the tone of an elder. Ha ha ha. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo could not help but laugh. Lai Xiaohua's face was red. He wanted to strangle Sua Chonglu, but he could only stutter, yes. Yes. Sua Zhonglu smiled faintly. Then, he said in an elegant manner, actually, I shouldn't say this. But, I can't help but say it out loud. Xiaohua, you should find some time to dye your hair back. You don't look mature at all. Moreover, the society is very chaotic these days. So, there are a lot of temptations for young people. Especially gambling and such. Xiaohua, you must remember to stay away from gambling in the future. He looked carefully at Lai Xiaohua's face and said, look, your face is not very good. You're easily impulsive. Once you're impulsive, you'll lose your mind easily. If your wife is won by someone else, it won't be good. If you lose, your wife can only go back on her word. But going back on her word is even worse. Lai Xiaohua felt as if he had swallowed a piece of burning coal in his throat. He could neither swallow nor spit it out. He looked extremely pitiful. Sua Xiaoluo bit her lips and used her chopsticks to stab a fish in front of her. Half of the fish's body was smashed into pieces. She did not know whether she was stabbing Sua Chonglu or Lai Xiaohua in her heart. This is a very handsome guy on my mother's side. He's called Kong Xiaodan. This is Bing Xiaobing. They're both. Sua Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, they're all friends from far away. He could not say that they were from the Umno Alliance. It would be best if his father did not know. If he knew, he would be worried to death. From far away. Not bad, not bad. Isn't it a joy to have friends from far away? Sua Changlu said, then looked at Kong Xiaodan and said kindly, Xiaodan. Kong Xiaodan, cough 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 cough. He turned to look at Bing Xiaobing. Xiaobing. His tone was very strange. Bing Xiaobing, cough cough. Cough cough. Yes, cough 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 cough. Sua Changlu and Wu Yuding almost burst out laughing. The husband and wife truly felt that their son's banquet today was really too interesting. What was even more interesting was that the husband and wife had come at the right time. Since they had met, they would definitely play for a while longer. If they finished playing in a while, they would be letting themselves down. Sua Changlu and Wu Yuding were completely sure that this kind of thing would only happen once in their lives. There would definitely not be a next time. After this time, they would definitely run as far away as possible. And today, they could play to their heart's content without any scruples. Lai Xiaohua and the others did not dare to reveal their identities. If their identities were not exposed, then it would only be a small circle of people. Their faces could still hold on. If their identities were exposed on the spot, then when it was announced on the continent, the few great shamans would not be able to live anymore. Not to mention bullying the weak, pretending to be someone's son's peer and then being caught red-handed by the Sky Patrol Minister could be written into the textbooks. In the future, generations of people would be overjoyed to see it. Who could afford to lose face like that? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an unprecedented and unparalleled drinking party since the beginning of time. This was really a blessing from the heavenly official that although Lai Xiaohua and the others had changed their appearance and even their body shape, how could Sua Changlu and Wu Yuding, who had been fighting with them for thousands of years, not recognize their real bodies? It was not an exaggeration to say that even if these people were broken into pieces and only had a few bones left, Sua Changlu would still be able to recognize which bone was Lai Xiaohua's and which bone was Bing Ming's. Sua Changlu even dared to make a promise like, I will run around the world naked if I recognize the wrong bone. Why are all of you so restrained? Sua Changlu was a little dissatisfied and said, since we are at home, then we are family. Why are you so restrained? Sua Xiaoduo also felt that these people were a little restrained and were not as relaxed as before. He said, yes, don't treat yourself as an outsider. My parents are very easy to talk to. You don't have to be so restrained. Easy to talk to. Their hearts were already in a state of turmoil. Yes, we know that he is easy to talk to. But what we know is different from what you know. Sua Changlu said gently, you are all dragons and phoenixes among men. But since you are of the same generation as my son, then you should call me Uncle Zhua. Uncle Zhua. Lai Xiaohua and the others wanted to escape immediately. Damn it, you want us to call you uncle? If we really call you that, how can we raise our heads and face people? Sua Changlu narrowed his eyes and said, now that Xiao Duo has grown up, we husband and wife will be very free in the future and plan to walk around. Maybe we can even pass by your hometown. When the time comes, we will invite some newspapers and television stations to publicize it. Newspapers and television stations. Lai Xiaohua and the others were dumbfounded. This was a naked threat. Do you have to be so ruthless? Sua Changlu smiled and said to Yu Xiaoyu, don't you think so? You are called Xiaoyu. He gave her a look, demonstrate. Yu Xiaoyu understood and immediately stood up. She said respectfully, Uncle Zhua is right. We are of the same generation as Xiao Duo. Of course we have to listen to your teachings. Hello, Uncle Zhua, Aunt Zhua. Her greeting was crisp and clear, with a sense of familiarity. Yu Xiaoyu smiled and said, I will set an example for them so that they won't feel embarrassed. After that, she nodded and bowed deeply. She looked like a pug and called again, Hello, Uncle Zhua. Hello, Aunt Zhua. This time, she said it even louder. Lai Xiaohua, Kong Xiaodan, and the others stared at Yu Dongtian with a face full of curses. You motherfucker. Why don't you go fuck yourself? You can call them Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua with a clear conscience because you should be calling them Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua. But how can we be the same? Are you fucking embarrassed? Who would be embarrassed? Is this something to be embarrassed about? You are called. Zhua Chonglu looked at Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo. The husband and wife stood up and bowed deeply. Greetings, Uncle Zhua, Aunt Zhua. We wish you good health and longevity. Zhua Chonglu laughed and praised, good. Yun Xiaohu and his wife sat down, looking excited. Hearing the word good was like hearing the highest reward. Zhua Chonglu and his wife smiled and turned to look at Lai Xiaohua, Bing Xiaobing, and Kong Xiaodan. Their faces were full of anticipation and kindness. Their meaning could not be more obvious, the three of them already called them Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua. Shouldn't the four of you do the same? Chapter 696. Lai Xiaohua was already trembling all over. This is bullying. This is blatant bullying. These three, one is your nephew, one is your disciple, and the last one is your disciple's wife. No matter how respectful they are to you, no matter how much they treat you, isn't it only natural? Don't talk about calling you uncle, even if they call you father, you won't find it strange. But what about us? We are of the same generation as you, okay? This bastard is using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Are you done yet? Zhua Xiaoduo obviously didn't know what was going on. He laughed and said, what a big deal. When I see your parents in the future, don't I have to bow to them too? This is very normal. Bow to them. Lai Xiaohua and the others looked at Zhua Xiaoduo and cursed in their hearts. You are indeed your father's son. Wasn't this genetic inheritance too good? Lai Xiaohua and the others looked at Zhua Xiaoduo strangely. They really wanted to beat this brat into meat paste. Holy shit, are you really that innocent, or are you just pretending? Bow to them. What are you thinking? We were just bored and came to visit boss's godson on his behalf. But after we came, one thing got worse than the other. First, we sent our own spies back. So many years of hard work from sending spies all turned into water. Then, we lost an ice soul and even 10% of the resources from the spatial ruin. In the end, everything was over. We came to have a meal, but we ended up being a generation younger than them. We really met a ghost today. And we met two of them at once. The four of them were so regretful that their intestines were turning green. Then why did we come this time? To eat chicken. Yu Xiaoyu was laughing so hard that her intestines were about to break, but her face was serious. She frowned and urged, Lai Xiaohua, Bing Xiaobing, Kong Xiaodan, hurry up and greet Uncle Zhua and Aunt Zhua. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo also hurried them. Zhua Zhonglu and Wu Yuding were waiting with a kind look on their faces. Lai Xiaohua was about to explode. His entire body suddenly turned red. Zhua Xiaoluo hurriedly held him down and shook her head. Are you crazy? Was he going to send him back to complete his transformation? What's more, do you want the whole continent to know that we've lost so much? You may be shameless, but I am. Zhua Xiaoluo forced a smile and said to Wu Yuding, this. Although we look young, we're actually not that young. You see. As he spoke, he winked at her. She tugged at Wu Yuding's sleeves with both hands and shook them. With a pleading look on her face. Wu Yuding sighed, thinking that it was about time to force Lai Hua and the rest to such a state. Wu Yuding said gracefully, "Dad, forget it. The children are not young anymore. Besides, his wife is planning to give me something." Xue Xiaoluo was dumbfounded. Who said I was going to give you something? But who would dare to say no now? Wu Yuding was pleading for them. If they said no, then they would definitely be called Uncle Zua and Aunt Zua today. Obviously, this was the price to pay for pleading. After Wu Yuding finished speaking, he looked at Xue Xiaoluo. Xue Xiaoluo hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "I'll give whatever you say. Let's get through this first." Of course, Zhuo Zhanglu didn't want Lai Hua and the others to call him uncle. He knew in his heart that even if he forced the four of them out tonight, they would never call him uncle. So this was just a strategy to ensure that he had the upper hand. Now, he clearly understood that he was already in control of the universe. Let's see who dares to provoke him. Let's try. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Chonglu let out a long laugh. I'm just joking, just joking. Ha ha ha, you've come to my place. Don't be shy, don't be shy. Come come come, let's eat. Lai Hua and the rest finally let out a long sigh of relief. Oh my god. I almost had a brain hemorrhage just now. I have to exercise my responsibility as the host. Zhuo Chonglu was natural and generous. As he spoke, he lovingly gave Lai Hua a piece of chicken kidney. Red hair, eat more of this. This is good. It's good for your kidney. I originally wanted to say that you're young and don't know how to control yourself. Since you're old and experienced, I won't say much. Look at your bent back now. Don't try to be brave in everything. You're a man. When it's time to say no, you have to say no. Lai Hua stuffed the chicken kidney into his mouth and chewed hard. His expression was ferocious as he chewed very hard. Nourish your sister. You're the one with a weak kidney. You're the one with a bent back. You're the one who can't do it. Your whole family can't do it. Xiaodan, you have to eat more of this. Zhuo Chonglu gave Kong Xiaodan a piece of chive. This is good. This can strengthen your sex drive. Look at your physique. When you grow up, it'll be difficult to find a wife. Take this while you're still young. Kong Xiaodan stuffed it into her mouth and chewed loudly. She imagined that she was chewing Zhuo Chonglu. You're the one who needs sex drive. Your whole family needs sex drive. The old and the young all need sex drive. Make sure you're strong. Ha ha ha, Xiaobing, come, come. Zhuo Chonglu picked up a piece of chicken heart. As the saying goes, what you eat is what you nourish. It's just right for you to eat. Bing Xiaobing stared at him. Are you saying that I'm stupid? Looking at the chicken heart on the plate, Bing Xiaobing closed her eyes and swallowed it. I'm not chewing. I'm going to eat it raw. One day, I'll swallow you whole, just like how I swallowed a chicken's heart, you son of a bitch. Zhuo Chonglu picked up another piece of fish eye for you Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, you've done well. You're Aunt Zua and I have to think highly of you now. You Xiaoyu almost slid under the chair. Please don't think highly of me. I'm scared. Looking at the huge fish eyes on the plate, which seemed to be staring at her, Yu Xiaoyu started to tremble. Eat, eat, Zhuo Chonglu called out to Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo. You too eat. It's too far for me to reach. I won't give you any more food. Thank you, Uncle Zua. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo thanked him in unison. Right now, only the two of them could eat without worry. Then Zhuo Chonglu raised his cup. You're at my house. Let's raise our cups together. Tonight is unforgettable. Don't forget tonight. Lai Xiaohua and the others had been wanting to drink for a long time. They hurriedly raised their cups. They finally started drinking. Damn, they raised their cups twice and didn't drink a single mouthful. Your son raised it and put it down. In the end, he told us a story that they were about to drink. However, Zhuo Zhanglu laughed heartily, and put down his glass. His laughter was very joyous. Speaking of which, I shouldn't have laughed. But, I can't laugh without talking about it. Your names remind me of a story. A very interesting story. I can't help but spit it out. Pfft. Yu Xiaoyu almost spat out the fish eyes she was chewing. She started to choke. Lai Xiaohua and the others held their cups, despair written all over their faces. What are you doing now? Don't be in a hurry to drink. Don't be in a hurry to drink while listening to this story. Otherwise, you'll choke. Zhuo Changlu laughed very happily. This is a story about a rich man's treat. It's very interesting and creative. Ha ha ha, I'll live on this joke for the rest of my life. Let me tell you. This time, even Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but choke. Li Chenglong lowered his head and hurriedly put down his cup. He laughed so hard that his entire body rippled. If he didn't put down his cup, the wine would definitely spill. Lai Xiaohua and the others were in despair. Damn. This was really a family tradition. So forcing him to call him uncle was to pave the way for this. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. This Zhuo Changlu was much more cunning than his son. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo were also trembling, but they forced themselves to hold it in. Yun Xiaohu even played the role of the supporting actor. Uncle Zhuo, what's the story? How interesting and creative is it? Zhuo Changlu looked at him with admiration and said, once upon a time, there was an unusually generous person. Because he had more poor friends, there were more people who went to eat at his house. This couldn't be helped. It's like this when you're rich. As the saying goes, the poor live in the downtown area and no one cares, but the rich have distant relatives in the deep mountains. Yun Xiaohu said, Uncle Zhuo's words are full of life philosophy and worldly sentiments. Lai Xiaohua and the others had a splitting headache. They even wanted to die. As expected. As expected. Fuck, did they have to listen to this fucking story again? When Zhuo Xiaoduo was telling it, they could still play dumb and act dumb. But now, it seemed like they couldn't anymore. Their statuses were completely equal, and the other party even surpassed them. If they were asked, young man, you came to my house to eat. What did you bring for me? That would be really embarrassing. On the other side, Zhuo Changlu smoothly told the story, and Yun Xiaohu skillfully played the supporting actor. How could he not be familiar with it after hearing it just once? With Li Chenglong's example, Yun Xiaohu, who had been here twice, would be unreasonable if he didn't praise him to perfection. Even Zhuo Changlu was surprised. Why was this disciple's brain so good today? He wasn't usually this quick-witted. When he got to the part where he said, this poor friend is young and has just found a wife. It's a young man, so everyone calls him young man. Lai Xiaohua suddenly stood up, his face solemn and stirring as he said, about this, I'm ashamed to say that I took the liberty to visit this time. I really don't have anything with me. Luckily, I suddenly remembered that I brought some gifts for students Zhuo Xiaoduo before I came. I almost forgot. Bai Xiaoduo curled her lips. You have the nerve to say that. You almost forgot. If my master didn't come, you really would have forgotten, right? Zhuo Changlu frowned and said, I don't accept gifts. He said, Lai Xiaohua, sigh, you don't have to be like this. I'm just telling a story. I'm not talking about you. Zhuo Changlu said, you can't take it too personally. This is the life principle that I've summed up over the years. Lai Xiaohua choked on his anger. I really want to spit on your face. If I don't stand up and turn myself in now, you're going to point at my nose and start scolding me. You're still talking about me. Chapter 697. The UMNO Alliance members were filled with emotions. Sure enough, like father, like son, and vice versa. His family's profound knowledge was not deceiving him. No, this is a necessary etiquette. This etiquette cannot be ignored. How can you come to a friend's house empty-handed? Lai Xiaohua said with a serious face. As he spoke, he took out a jar of wine and said, This is a wine brewed by me, my boss and 2 brothers. Fire and water do not mix. This jar of wine. Wu Yuding snorted, her face full of dissatisfaction. What did Lai Hua mean? Take this wine. But Lai Hua had already taken out the wine. Obviously, he would not give it to her if she wanted anything else. Hence, Wu Yuding's eyes lit up and said, this wine jar is really exquisite. Kong Xiaodan and the rest rolled their eyes. Really exquisite. What did she mean? It was too small. Too little. Bing Xiaobing gloated. Yes, it's really exquisite. TSK, it's just a little small. Lai Hua's face darkened. He looked at Bing Xiaobing with Shuo Xiaoluo, as if he wanted to eat him. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Which side are you on? Bing Xiaobing coughed and lowered his head. He really did not do it on purpose. It was just that he could not control his gloating temper and it suddenly flared up just now. But after he said this, Lai Hua could not take it anymore. Even his own people said that it was too little. Lai Hua gritted his teeth and took out another 6 jars. He looked like he was about to cry. We came out in a hurry this time and really did not bring much. We only brought these. It can be considered as a small token of our appreciation. I hope the owner will not mind. He really did not lie. He really only brought 6 jars of this wine. He really took out all of them. Wu Yuding smiled faintly, looking very graceful and elegant. She secretly glared at Lai Hua. How dare you give my son this kind of wine? Just you wait. She said, Xiao Duo, why don't you thank your brother Lai for the wine? Brother Lai. Lai Xiaohua's face twisted. Can you let him call you Uncle Lai? Sui Xiaoduo's mouth was very sweet. Thank you, Brother Lai. He was finally satisfied. There were benefits in his hands. Even if it was only 6 jars of wine, it was still not easy for this guy to take them out. Looking at Brother Lai's pained look, this wine should be good. That was the name. TSK, water and fire don't mix well. You guys are so fucking cultured. I just want to know if you guys know what fire and water are incompatible means. Sui Xiaoduo also felt a little strange. I'm telling the same story. Why don't you give it to me? My dad hasn't even finished speaking, and you've already given it to him. What's going on? Kong Xiaodan couldn't sit still any longer. She stood up as well. I brought something for student Suo before I came. Wu Yuding interrupted with a smile, a little spatial soil. She had learned her lesson. She could not let these guys speak first. Kong Xiaodan's face changed all of a sudden, cold sweat seeping out from her forehead. Damn it, spatial soil. How much do I have in total? Now you want me to give it to your son. This was a spatial treasure that could open up mountains and rivers. I can't even bear to use it when I'm bored. It was only occasionally used when I tore space apart that you want it just like that. Where's your shame? Wu Yuding smiled and said, Xiaodan, it's okay if you don't have a gift. We're all family. As the elders. As the elders. As the elders, they actually came out again. This was blatant coercion. Kong Xiaodan made up her mind and hurriedly said, yes, a little spatial soil. But it's really not much. Only half a gram. Don't think it's too little, don't think it's too little. She wiped her sweat. He. Half a gram. Who can use such little? Bing Xiaobing slapped his own mouth after saying that. Fuck, now's not the time to gloat. I have to control it. Kong Xiaodan looked at Bing Xiaobing with grief and indignation. It's really worth it to have a brother like you in this life. She panted heavily and gritted her teeth. Only half a gram left. Do you want to add some? Bing Xiaobing lowered his head and drank water. He looked embarrassed. I didn't do it on purpose, Brother Dan. I'm just used to it. Kong Xiaodan glared at Bing Xiaobing and panted for a long time. Finally, she took out a ring and stuffed it into Zhou Xiaoduo's hands. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Obviously, she thought it was too little. However, Zhou Chonglu hurriedly gave her a look. That's enough. Don't push him too hard. If you push him too hard, he'll run away. If he wants to run away, we can't do anything to him. She could only say reluctantly, all right, Xiao Duo. Quickly thank your brother Kong. The gift is light, but the thought is heavy. Thank you, brother Kong. Zhou Xiaoduo did not know what this thing was. She said sweetly and took the ring. Then, she threw it into her own spatial ring. Kong Xiaodan's face darkened. She had already taken out the spatial soil and you said, the gift is light, but the thought is heavy. Was it light? Was this gift really light? If it's so light, why don't you give me some? Zhou Chonglu looked at Bing Xiaobing and smiled. Xiaobing. Bing Xiaobing's face was full of sadness. I really don't have anything left. I even gave out the ice soul. Moreover, I just gave it out. If I had known, I would have given it out earlier. In the end. Now, he only gave one, but I have to give two. Lai Xiaohua said cheerfully, Xiaobing has some good stuff. Kong Xiaodan also said sarcastically, Xiaobing has always been the most generous. He must have some good stuff. Bing Xiaobing looked at the two of them in anger. The two of them looked up at the sky. Do you think you're the only one who knows how to make sarcastic remarks? Do you think you feel good when you gloat? Look at how cheap you are. You're almost as cheap as that Zhou guy. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think we're easy to bully. Shui Xiaoluo also snorted. Xiaobing's family is rich. When the family split up, his sister didn't get anything. His parents gave everything to him. You're so biased. Stop. Bing Xiaobing raised his hands in anger. Then, he put on a bitter face and begged, I really don't have anything left. I only have a lot of prehistoric black ice left. If you want, I can give you more. Wu Yuding's eyes lit up. She chuckled and said, everything is a gift from the heart. Why are you being picky? A few dozen cubic meters should be enough. It's hot in the summer. It's not bad to store more ice. Bing Xiaobing almost vomited blood. A few dozen cubic meters? Do you think this is concrete? I really don't have that much. Bing Xiaobing opened his ring and looked at it. He said with a sad face, I have less than 8 cubic meters. Wu Yuding said, Xiao Duo, quickly thank your brother Bing. You know how to send a goose feather from 1,000 miles away. Thank you, brother Bing. Zhou Xiaoduo said sweetly. Then, she stretched out her white and tender hand. Bing Xiaobing was a little confused. I didn't say how much I was going to give, right? You're thanking me just like that. I wanted to say, I have less than 8 cubic meters. I'll give you 2 cubic meters. 2 cubic meters is a lot, okay? This is prehistoric Xian ice. It's not the usual Xian ice. But before I could finish, she was already sending a goose feather from 1,000 miles away. 8 cubic meters. Wu Yuding began to look for a reference. How big is it? Is it half the size of this living room? It can't be, right? That's not much. What can it do? Lai Xiaohua said, that's right. What's the use of this broken thing? Kong Xiaodan, dot. Bing Xiaobing reached out and covered Kong Xiaodan's mouth. Brother, don't say any more. Be ruthless. Just give it to her. I'll go back and get more. He sighed and threw out another ring. Sua Xiaoduo happily took it and threw it into her space. Sua Changlu laughed. Not bad. Today, the host and the guest are really enjoying themselves. Lai Xiaohua and the others were stunned. We haven't even started eating. How can you say that the host and the guest are enjoying themselves? What are we enjoying ourselves for? What do you mean? We've already received the gifts. Are you chasing us away? You can't do that, can you, old Zua? We've already taken this glass of wine twice and heard the joke twice. We haven't even drunk a sip. At this moment, Zua Xiaoduo said, Dad, this villa is mine and Swollen's. I'm not the owner. What he meant was that he had only given it to him and not Swollen's. This was not fair. Lai Hua and the others really wanted to leave. You can't play like this. Is there an end to this? What we gave out is our family's property. Even if we go back and ask Boss Hong, he won't reimburse us. Besides, can't you split it? Sua Changlu nodded reservedly. Can't you see that your brother Lai and the others are still considering? Your brother Lai and the others are all smart people. How can they not think of this? But I heard that Qinglong lacks a lot of cultivation resources. Sua Xiaoduo kicked Li Chenglong under the table. Li Chenglong nodded hurriedly. Practicing martial arts is indeed not easy. My family is poor, and I have no money. I don't have anything. As a martial artist, I really can't support it. Ha! Swollen wiped his sweat. It was his first time doing this. He was not used to it. Sorry that it turned out to be cultivation resources. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief. That was much easier. It was just a little bit of cultivation resources. I have a heart-quenching fruit here. It can increase one's cultivation by 100 years. I have 100 pieces of supreme-grade astral soul's jade. I have 100 pieces too. I have 100 pieces here. Okay, everyone has 100 pieces. In addition to the heart-quenching fruit, I'll give you 100 pieces too. In an instant, the four of them became rich and overbearing. Swollen's hands were trembling, and his face was sweating. Oh my God, that a heart-quenching fruit for 100 years of cultivation. 400 pieces of supreme-grade spiritual jade. Oh my God, did he just give me a few 100 billion? I'm not dreaming, am I? If this is a dream, let me wake up later. Swollen was so excited that he thought he was dreaming until he got his hands on the fruit. After this small episode, the banquet finally returned to normal. Sua Changlu sat upright and accompanied the host. He talked and laughed, making everyone feel as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. He spoke from time to time, and everyone was laughing that everyone toasted and drank together. However, after drinking with everyone, he did not drink with Yu Xiaoyu. Then, he started the second round with raging fire. Come, let's drink again. Yu Xiaoyu held the wine cup with both hands and was about to toast when she froze in midair. No one is paying attention to me. After thinking for a while, she looked at Wu Yuting with a conflicted expression. I'm one of them. I can't let others see me as a joke. Wu Yuting's expression did not change. She did not look at her. She just drank with Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo, ignoring Yu Xiaoyu. The difference in treatment was obvious. Chapter 698. Lai Xiaohua and the others suddenly felt their moods lighten up. Even a jerk like you would have such a day. All of them wanted to speak. Yu Xiaoyu would not give them the chance. She scratched her head, coughed, and said, speaking of which, Xiao Duo and I hit it off. I have some 9 heaven spring water here, but it's very little, only 3 drops. I have no use for it, so I'll give it all to Xiao Duo. Wu Yuting did not even look up or say a word. Sua Xiao Duo happily took it. He did not know what the 9 heaven spring water was, but this bottle was made from top-grade astral soul's jade, so it must be extraordinary. Sua Changlu laughed and said, Xiaoyu, you have to pay attention to your image in the future. You're not young anymore, so don't always do unreliable things. Come, let's drink. Yu Xiaoyu quickly raised her cup and drank it, sighing in her heart. So it was because of this. Uncle Sua, you won't even let your own people go. But since you've already gotten it, why not blackmail Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo? Yu Xiaoyu felt uncomfortable and coughed, trying to find something to talk about. Xiaohu, ha ha ha, Xiaoduo, ha ha ha. Her eyes kept drifting to Wu Yuting and Sua Changlu. Her meaning was obvious. Ask for it. Ask for it from them quickly. Why ask for it from me and not from them? Bai Xiaoduo rolled her eyes, indicating that she did not want to talk. Our gifts were already given out, how could I tell you? I gave it to Masteress at the first opportunity, but little Junior has no use for it now. It's of a much higher grade than yours. But that's our family's business, what does it have to do with you? Yu Xiaoyu hinted for a long time, but no one responded. Finally, she gave up. So she started drinking like crazy. Drinking more could also make up for her soul. Lai Hua and the others were fine, but she still had an even worse match waiting for her. The atmosphere became lively. Everyone toasted each other and drank heartily. At their level, they could have long turned their backs on each other. If he flipped his face over, it would be his butt. Today, we can drink and be intimate with each other and talk about everything. Tomorrow, I will pull out a knife and stab you mercilessly. Drinking was drinking, but fighting was fighting, and standing was even more important. You, Sua Changlu, are of the same generation as us, and your martial prowess is slightly higher than ours. When we meet your son, it is only right for us to give him a greeting gift. This was not a matter of position, but of respect for each other. If we had a son, and Sua Changlu came to our house as a guest, we wouldn't be able to save on a greeting gift. It would be absolutely impossible to not give him something good. However, this doesn't mean that I will still be friends with you when we meet on the battlefield tomorrow. Those are 2 completely different things. When they spoke to each other, it didn't feel like they had known each other for a long time. It was like they had met by chance, and everyone was having fun. Sua Changlu told a few jokes, and they weren't sarcastic. They really made everyone laugh. Lai Xiaohua and the others also told a few local jokes, and everyone was overjoyed. Seeing the lively atmosphere, Bing Xiaobing drank a little too much and said a dirty joke. However, he was punished by everyone, and he drank a jar of wine. Then, his dirty joke caused big trouble. Speaking of which, it's really lively today. We watched a show in the day, and it's still so lively at night. After Yu Xiaoyu gave the gift, she was obviously much more lively. She actually dared to sit on the chair with both her buttocks, and she was smiling. Sua Changlu said lightly, "It's quite lively at night, but what's so lively during the day? Tell me about it." Bing Xiaobing's expression changed immediately. He looked at Yu Xiaoyu with a pleading expression. Although he would know about this sooner or later, can you not say it in front of me? Lai Xiaohua and the others were angry that Bing Xiaobing didn't speak up for them, and started to hit him when he was down. Kong Xiaodan said, during the day, there was a competition at the Hidden Dragon High School. Everyone drew lots to fight against Origin Core Realm students. Sui Chonglu was stunned. The three of you drew lots to go up on stage. Bing Xiaobing's face turned red, and he quickly raised his cup. Let's drink. There's no rush to drink. Lai Xiaohua pressed down his hand that was holding the cup, and laughed. Let's talk about the fun first. Bing Xiaobing looked at Lai Xiaohua with grief and anger. Whose side are you on? Yes, the three of them drew lots to fight against Xiao Duo. Yu Xiaoyu laughed. They're all rubbing their palms together. Sui Chonglu smiled meaningfully. Their courage is commendable. Then, he sighed. Even if Xiao Duo loses to them, it's not embarrassing. Pfft. Yun Xiaohu spat and said, Uncle Zhua is right. Bing Xiaobing coughed and said, where's the toilet? What's the rush? Yu Xiaoyu said, Bing Xiaobing drew lots, and he was overjoyed. Many of us couldn't find his eyes, and he was so happy that we only saw his teeth. Yes. Lai Xiaohua and Kong Xiaodan nodded. Anyway, it was better for them to die than for them to die. Besides, Bing Ming was really good at snatching the lot, and he was really overjoyed after getting it. That smug attitude of, I'm going to have fun, but you won't, made the two want to hit him. And then? Sui Chonglu asked. And then Bing Xiaobing went up. Yu Xiaoyu tried to hold back her laughter, and her shoulders were shaking, but she said in a serious tone. And then Bing Xiaobing came down. Yu Xiaoyu finally couldn't help but laugh. Bing Xiaobing was beaten up by Sui Xiaoduo, ha ha ha. Sui Chonglu and Wu Yuding's eyes widened. Bing Xiaobing was beaten up. That's right, Bing Xiaobing was beaten up by Sui Xiaoduo. Bing Xiaobing was really beaten up by Sui Xiaoduo. That's right, Bing Xiaobing was really beaten up by Sui Xiaoduo. Wow, Bing Xiaobing was actually beaten up. Ha! Bing Xiaobing was really beaten up. Bing Xiaobing wanted to have fun, but he didn't. He wanted to go up and beat up the noobs. But Bing Xiaobing became the noobs himself. He was beaten up. Too horrible to look at, ... Everyone chimed in one after another. When these people cooperated, they didn't even have time to catch their breath. They just started talking like a machine gun. The first thing they said was, Bing Xiaobing was beaten up. The second thing they said was, Bing Xiaobing was beaten up. That kind of gloating mood overflowed beyond the 9 heavens. Bing Xiaobing's face turned red. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't sit still. If it was only Yu Xiaoyu and Kong Xiaodan who said that, it would have been fine. But Lai Xiaohua and Kong Xiaodan said it more enthusiastically than they did. That's enough. I'm going to the toilet. Bing Xiaobing plunged into the toilet. He couldn't come out. Ha ha ha. Although Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were smart, they were still lacking compared to this group of old foxes. There were many things that they couldn't connect to, and they couldn't even understand. When they were asking for gifts, they still had some doubts in their hearts. But after the old foxes got along well, their doubts disappeared without a trace. There was even a feeling of, so that's how it is. Ha ha ha, your son is so outstanding. He's studying at the Hidden Dragon High School. You're here just to see your son. Lai Xiaohua laughed. He was a little tipsy. That's right. Sui Chonglu smiled. Isn't there still 10 days before the Hidden Dragon High School's parent-teacher conference? Parent-teacher conference. 10 more days. Lai Xiaohua and Bing Xiaobing looked at each other. They both seemed to be deep in thought. There are still 10 more days. Why are you here so early? Lai Xiaohua was a little dissatisfied. Can't you come when it's time? Zhou Changlu sighed. I can't help it. My wife misses her son, so she came a few days earlier. You don't have a child yet. When you have a child with your wife, it's the same. Miss my son. What a good reason. Lai Xiaohua sighed and said to Wu Yuding, you miss your son so much. Miss your son so much that you've dug a hole for us. Wu Yuding smiled beautifully and said to Shui Xiaoluo, don't forget about the gift you have to give me in the future. I'll think about what I want then. Shui Xiaoluo nodded, but turned her head and glared at Lai Xiaohua. She had almost forgotten about it. You just had to say that it was good that you missed your son. How was it good? This was clearly showing your dissatisfaction. The result was good, right? She had another debt on her back. Lai Xiaohua instantly sobered up. He didn't dare to speak carelessly or speak casually anymore. The drinking session went on until 1:30 in the morning. Then, Lai Xiaohua and the others bade farewell in their drunken stupor. Yun Xiaohu and Bai Xiaoduo wanted to stay, but Zhou Changlu said that there weren't many empty rooms and sent the two of them away. In the middle of the night. In the starry sky of the wasteland outside Fenghai, a world-class battle had erupted. The 7 people who were drinking at the same table just now fought to the death in the sky under the meteor shower. You've dug a hole for us. Bullshit. You dug your own hole. Who dug a hole for you? Such words were said over and over again. They fought until the sky fell and the earth cracked. They fought until the other higher-ups arrived. Then, both sides stopped and continued to curse at each other. All of them were red in the face. In this battle of 3 against 4, both sides were evenly matched. The flood which was furious. It's fine if you want to laugh at me, but we agreed not to fight this time. What's wrong with you? Lai Xiaohua and the others were scolded harshly. Then, they went back to their own homes. They all went to the Starlight Mountain Range. Then, half an hour later, the Lai Xiaohua couple, Dan Kong, and Bing Ming were chased out by the flood witch with a sledgehammer. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer smashed the 4 of them into ashes on the spot. This was internal strife in the Umno Alliance. The other great shamans quickly came to mediate and asked what happened. However, Flood didn't say anything. Dan Kong and the others didn't say anything either. They just breathed heavily. Then, Flood brought them back. Less than 10 minutes after they returned, with a roar, the Flood witch raised her sledgehammer and smashed the 4 of them out again. As expected, you didn't arrive. I'll use this new chapter to look down on you guys. Your combat power isn't good. But I still ask for tickets. Ha ha ha, I won. Chapter 699. The flood witch angrily beat the 4 of them out. The 4 of them were scared out of their wits. They begged loudly all the way down the mountain. The flood witch was halfway through when she suddenly stopped. She stood at the top of the mountain and scolded Lai Hua and the other 3. She was exasperated at their failure to live up to her expectations. Lai Hua and the others obediently took the scolding. They were relieved and grimaced. Fortunately, she didn't say everything. We still have some secrets. We can't tell Boss Hong that Zhou Changlu is here. We can't tell him about this even if we die. If we do, we might really die. Let's ask Boss Hong out for some fun during the parent-teacher conference in a few days. He beats us up every day. Are we punching bags? The flood witch didn't expect her old rival to come. She also didn't know what Lai Hua and the others were thinking. If he knew, he probably wouldn't have beaten them half to death just now. He would have really beaten them all to death. However, the real reason why the Flood Witch stopped and went back was because she was fucking out of energy again. How could she be out of energy? The Flood Witch was depressed. Why am I being whipped again? Could it be that something special had happened? Shangjing. Sui Xiaoyan was already in the final stage of nascent soul transformation. She was in the process of breaking through to cloud transformation. Sui Xiaoduo asked Qin Fangyang to be the courier to deliver 200 kilograms of Beast King meat. Sui Xiaoyan was afraid of wasting it. She ate a few meals in a row. Every time, she ate until her stomach was a little bloated. She was almost too embarrassed to go out and carry out missions. Fortunately, her dress was loose and no one could tell. In addition, her frosty face was already deeply ingrained in people's hearts. Ordinary people didn't even want to look at this cold face now, for fear of being frozen. Coupled with the Beast King meat and the top-grade astral soul's jade that Sui Xiaoyan spared no expense to cultivate, her cultivation level rose to the peak of nascent soul transformation in one go, the peak of nascent soul transformation after suppressing it more than 10 times. At this point, it was almost impossible to suppress it any longer. At this time, the Nine Heavens Pavilion had accepted a mission, to visit Lu Qin and a few other clans. Eliminate the clique of the kings of the Central Plains. Sui Xiaoyan was one of the teams. Without any hesitation, she waved her frost and charged in. Then, in accordance with the principle of not wasting anything, several small teams searched through all the warehouses and took away all the loot after defeating the other party. Then, Sui Xiaoyan activated the power of polar snow and froze the entire courtyard into a block of ice. Then, the other masters created a hole in the ground and sank the entire target family into it. However, when he was collecting the loot and cleaning the warehouses, he discovered that one of the warehouses was completely covered in ice. The upper echelons of the Nine Heavens Pavilion knew that Sui Xiaoyan was cultivating a cold attribute cultivation technique. Since it was useless to others, they simply gave it to Sui Xiaoyan. When Sui Xiaoyan came back to tidy up, she found that the innermost layer of the warehouse was a box of mysterious ice. And at the core of the mysterious ice, there was a trace of soul essence. What a pity! Sui Xiaoyan, as a cultivator of the ice attribute cultivation method, and after a year of further study in the Nine Heavens Pavilion, he had seen a lot more than before. With a single glance, he could tell that it was an ice soul that had yet to take shape. In other words, it was the first piece of ice from the beginning of a glacier. This kind of thing was something that could only be found by chance. Most of them had their own spirituality. After all, it was a primordial thing. However, the piece in her hands was a dead thing. After discovering it, Sui Xiaoyan's heart ached so much that it trembled. How good would it be if it was alive and had its own spirituality? However, the fact was that the ice soul without spirituality was still a rare treasure. Sui Xiaoyan had no choice but to consume it directly. This thing had already appeared. The more it was left, the more its spiritual power would evaporate. Its efficacy would be depleted day by day. After consuming the ice soul, all the meridians in Sui Xiaoyan's body turned into ice for a period of time. The power of the ice soul froze Sui Xiaoyan for 12 hours. 12 whole hours. And this resulted in the spiritual power in her body kept increasing, squeezing, and clashing with each other. However, her meridians were completely of the mysterious ice nature. The spiritual power had nowhere to go, so it could only squeeze towards her dantian. Because her meridians were frozen by the mysterious ice energy, she could not make a breakthrough to the next realm. Under such circumstances, a special cycle was formed. The new spiritual power in her dantian could only squeeze in her dantian over and over again. It was probably a kind of automatic squeeze. Although it was strange, it was reasonable that the crazy squeeze continued for 12 hours. When the ice soul entered Swaxiaoyan's body, she was immediately led into a state of epiphany by the powerful ice soul. She did not know anything about her own body that when the dizziness passed and she regained her consciousness, her dantian was already in a state where it was about to explode. Knowing that she could no longer suppress it, Swaxiaoyan made a prompt decision at this moment. She let go of the suppression in her body. The spiritual power in her body broke through the bottleneck and rushed into the new meridians. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She completed the breakthrough to the cloud transformation realm. This was a miracle among miracles. It was known that it had only been half a year since Swaxiaoyan broke through to the inner core realm in Phoenix City. During this period of time, she had been in the inner core realm for more than 10 times to break through to the nascent soul transformation realm. And today, she had directly broken through to the cloud transformation realm. This kind of progress was truly shocking and astonishing. The only regret Swaxiaoyan felt was that she did not suppress it one more time in the final stage. However, what she did not know was, in the 12 hours before she broke through, the power of the ice soul had helped her suppress it at least 17 times. In other words, she had once again experienced a situation similar to when she was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth like the Phoenix Pulse spirit. It was just that this time, the duration was shorter and no one knew about it. When Swaxiaoyan came out of seclusion, it was the moment when Swaxiao Duo defeated the ice soul and the ice soul. At that moment, Swaxiaoyan's cultivation power had reached a level where even she could not control it. Raging cold air rushed out with a whistling sound. In an instant, the entire Nine Heavens Pavilion was frozen. Yes, the entire Nine Heavens Pavilion was frozen. It was not just the level where Swaxiaoyan belonged to. This matter directly alarmed the highest level of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. They came down to check on Swaxiaoyan's situation. This legendary supreme leader of the Nine Heavens Pavilion could only sigh. She is indeed the Lady of Luck. This kind of luck is really. Swaxiaoyan was at a loss. She herself did not understand what was going on. She only remembered that after she took the ice soul, her strength seemed to have suddenly increased by dozens of times that it had to be said. Swaxiaoyan's current luck was so high that it attracted the attention of the highest level of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Everyone could not understand why this girl's luck was so good. Everyone went out on a mission together. After a large area of collective storage was seized and confiscated, the rest would belong to whoever found it. Because that kind of harvest was basically in the category of opportunity. Others searched everywhere and even dug up more than 10 meters of ground, but found nothing. This girl was a little depressed. She casually dug up an abandoned rockery, and in the end, there was something good inside. And it was something that was suitable for her. The most amazing thing was, it was suitable for her current level. She could use it and integrate it into her own cultivation once she got it. How could this be reasonable? It was still a mission. The majority of the team left after completing the mission, leaving a small team to clean up. Then, as the team leader, Swaxiaoyan sat under a big tree to rest. Then, a cute squirrel ran past her. Swaxiaoyan thought it was cute on a whim and chased after it. Then, she found something good in the squirrel's nest that it was still suitable. Its attributes and timing were just right. Just right. Similarly, everyone went into the water to search for an ancient family's sunken place. They found it and salvaged everything. They announced the end of the mission. Whatever was left would belong to whoever found it. Then, everyone searched bravely. Everyone else found nothing except for Swaxiaoyan, who found a water soul pearl. She felt something under her feet and felt it. Then, she found it. The value of this water soul pearl was more valuable than all the things that had been taken away before. How could this be reasonable? Another example was this time. The sunken Chi family. After everyone had searched, there was only a deep-sea ice warehouse left. It was not that no one had gone in to check before. There were indeed only some ancient ice pieces. Although they were valuable, they did not catch the attention of the higher-ups. Since Wu Xiaonian was cultivating a frost attribute cultivation method, it was useless to anyone else, so it was naturally given to her. But she found a trace of ice soul in it. This was really new. It was likely that even the Qi family didn't know that there was such a great treasure hidden in these ice cubes. If they knew, they would not have used it as a cold storage. What a waste. Using ice soul as a cold storage. Now, if there was any activity in the Nine Heavens Pavilion that required luck, everyone would definitely say, send the spirit cat. Finally, they had a day off. They went shopping and bought a piece of wood from an antique shop. When they cut it open, they found a sleeping heart of wood essence. If one of these things happened, everyone would be surprised. This girl is lucky. It happened twice. This girl is really lucky. It happened thrice. Some people would be jealous. Why is it always her? It happened thrice, thrice, thrice. Everyone would be shocked. It happened 30 to 40 times. Everyone gradually became numb to it and became completely numb to it. What? The spirit cat got something good again. How was this new? If she did not get anything good, then it would be new. There was even one time when they purposely did not let Wu Xiaonian participate in the operation and let her stand guard outside. Everyone went in and searched everywhere, even the cracks of the walls were not forgotten. Then, the main force left and the remaining few small teams searched again. Only then did they let Wu Xiaonian go in to see if they had missed anything. In the end, Wu Xiaonian went in and said that there was nothing left. She broke the metal, iron, and wood beam with her sword and wanted to destroy this place and leave. In the end, the beam was split open and all kinds of treasures fell out, filling half of the room. That it was said that the leaders and members of the other small teams who went on the mission with her were depressed on the spot. Chapter 700. After so many times, the higher-ups of the Nine Heavens Pavilion were all lamenting about one thing: spiritual cat shouldn't be surnamed Zhua. Her surname should be Tian. She was definitely the illegitimate daughter of God. What kind of great luck did she have to be like this? Of course. Wu Xiaonian's heaven-defying luck didn't come without a price. In fact, the price was huge. Every time her luck exploded, the Flood Witch, the #1 expert in the world, would inexplicably weaken once. For example, this time, when the Flood Witch was using the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer to educate Lai Hua and the others, she inexplicably weakened and almost hit her own head. Flood had been trying her best to strengthen herself, desperately thinking of all kinds of ways to make up for it. However, Wu Xiaonian's good luck rarely stopped. And as Flood worked hard to strengthen herself, Wu Xiaonian's luck also increased sharply every day. For example, today, at the Hidden Dragon High School, Wu Xiaoduo was holding a banquet, and Wu Xiaonian in Shangjing had just broken through to the cloud transformation realm. Since she didn't have any mission at the moment, another female expert invited Wu Xiaonian to go shopping. It was said that there was an auction that was very awesome. Among the items being auctioned this time, there was one item that this beauty liked very much. She wanted to bid for it, the kind that she was determined to get. Wu Xiaonian didn't want to go at first. She had never been interested in such places. However, she didn't know why, probably because of a sudden impulse, she went along. In the end, when she went, she found that there was a temporary addition to the auction. It was an item that was called Star Fantasy Jade. The carving of the auction item was a cute and adorable puppy. It was at least half a meter tall and looked very lifelike, as if it was a living creature. Sui Xiaoyan liked it at first sight. However, this auction was relatively low-end and only accepted Star Origin coins. There was no need for the Jade of Astral Souls. Moreover, this little puppy was very expensive. The final price was 800 million. Not only did Sui Xiaoyan not have so much money, but even her friends didn't have so much cash. She had an idea and checked Sui Xiaoyan's bank card. After checking, he was given a big fright. There was an astronomical figure of 17 billion in this kid's account. Without any hesitation, Sui Xiaoyan transferred 800 million yuan from Sui Xiaoyan's account and bought the Star Fantasy Jade sculpture. She planned to put it under her quilt at night and put it on her desk during the day to accompany her all the time. In the end, when she returned, the boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion happened to be out as well. He was quite interested in this little girl who was bursting with luck, so he chatted with her for a while. Then, Sui Xiaoyan took out the Star Fantasy Jade puppy. The executive glanced at it and was shocked. After studying it carefully, he told Sui Xiaoyan very solemnly, "This is not a Star Fantasy Jade. To be more precise, only the outermost layer is a Star Fantasy Jade. There's something else inside." In addition, there was a real shining core wrapped inside. Its appearance was very similar to a Star Fantasy Jade. That was why it was mistaken as a Star Fantasy Jade. After careful consideration, he concluded that the core was most likely the legendary firmament crystal. This sky crystal was an extremely rare treasure. It could form a spiritual energy vortex anytime and anywhere to assist in cultivation. Under the executive's suggestion, Sui Xiaoyan painfully poked a small hole in the puppies but with a specially made needle as thin as a strand of hair. This allowed the sky crystal inside to come into contact with the air outside. Then, in just a moment, Sui Xiaoyan's room became a place where spiritual energy was concentrated. As a result, the spiritual energy in the entire Nine Heavens Pavilion became much more intense than before. Now, Sui Xiaoyan was lying peacefully in her bed, hugging the puppy with a hole in its butt and falling asleep. Spiritual energy whistled and poured into Sui Xiaoyan's room through that tiny gap, starry mountain range. The flood which opened her bewildered eyes and sensed her own situation again and again. Why is it so strange that I've been whipped again? Damn it, when will I be able to return to normal? I'm so pissed off. In the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Villa District. Sui Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong tidied up the room excitedly for Mr. and Mrs. Sui. Both of them were very happy. Today's harvest was really a big one. They were so happy that they could die. Sui Xiaoduo's things included 6 jars of wine, half a kilogram of space soil, and 8 cubic meters of ancient mysterious ice. The names of these things were all very high-end, but on the surface, it seemed that they were not as much as Li Chenglong's. After all, the things that Li Chenglong had obtained were all real and could be used directly. They were good things that could rapidly increase one's cultivation. Based on this knowledge, Sui Xiaoduo felt a little uneasy. The two of them discussed as they worked. Sui, I'll keep the 400 top-grade Jade of Astral Souls for myself. You have a lot of them. But as for the heart-quenching fruit, let's split it in half and eat it later. We're brothers, so we should share the good and the good. Sui Xiaoduo squinted. You can eat it yourself. I don't need it. Li Chenglong refused. That won't do. I didn't give you the top-grade Jade of Astral Souls because you have a lot of them, but why should I eat the heart-quenching fruit? They came here because of you, so they gave me a gift on the way. I won't feel good if I eat it myself. Yo. Sui Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. You're so weak compared to me right now. Don't you feel bad about it? It wasn't easy for you to get something like this to replenish your energy, yet you're still being unreasonable. Li Chenglong blushed. It's not the same thing. Sui Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and snorted. Anyway, I won't eat it. Li Chenglong took out the heart-quenching fruit and broke it in half. Immediately, spiritual energy overflowed. We'll split it in half. If you don't eat it, I won't eat it either. Let's let the spiritual energy disperse. Anyway, I can't eat it alone. Okay. Sua Xiaoduo sighed, took half of it, threw it into his mouth, and said, "Can you eat it now?" Li Chenglong put his half into his mouth. While chewing, he said with satisfaction, "It tastes good." Before he finished speaking, he saw Sua Xiaoduo reach over with his left hand and directly open his mouth. Then, with a snap, his right hand stuffed the half of the heart-quenching fruit into Li Chenglong's mouth, and then quickly closed it. Puff! Spiritual energy overflowed. It turned out that he didn't eat it just now. He just pretended to eat it. Li Chenglong was stunned when he saw the spiritual fruit in his mouth. He stopped chewing abruptly. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and scolded, "You're a man. Why are you being so pretentious? Just eat it. Brothers' feelings are so mushy. Just eat it. You're so wishy-washy. I really can't stand you." Then he began to work on his own. Li Chenglong was stunned for a while. Then he chewed again, but his eyes gradually turned red. Finally, he swallowed the sweet fruit and said with red eyes, "Do you know about indirect kissing? I'm afraid that your saliva will be on it. Why are you so proud?" Sua Xiaoduo snorted. "You want to eat my saliva? It's swollen. You're a little unhealthy. Get lost." Li Chenglong scolded with a smile. "Go to practice. You don't have to stay here. Look at the time. Get lost, get lost, get lost." He drove Li Chenglong away to practice as if he was driving away a fly. Li Chenglong really couldn't stay here any longer. The spiritual energy in his body was about to explode. It was not easy to increase his cultivation by 100 years. He could only leave Sua Xiaoduo and hurry to tidy up his meridians. Sua Xiaoduo swept the floor diligently and cleaned every nook and cranny. Then he began to change the clean white bed sheets. The bedding was all new. The pillows and pillowcases were all new. He took out 2 pairs of comfortable slippers. He thought for a while and got a few towels and bath towels. Then he opened the window and waved his hand to attract the spiritual energy in for a breath of fresh air. Then he thought, what else is missing? Oh, the toiletries should also be brand new. Cosmetics. Mom should have brought some. Shavers. Cough, Dad should have some. Sua Xiaoduo was working hard. Wu Yuding and Sua Chonglu held hands and toured the villa. They toured from the first floor to the 3rd floor and visited every room. Both of them nodded secretly. The little guy seems to be having a good time here. Wu Yuding smiled with relief. She was finally relieved. The reason why she didn't tell them in advance was that she wanted to do a surprise check to see if her son was doing well. But now she saw that everything was neat and tidy. She was relieved. Only the study and bedroom are left. Sua Chonglu smiled. He was very happy today. The wine he drank didn't affect him at all. At this moment, he was even more excited to tour the villa where his son lived. Although it was already late at night, there would be plenty of time to rest tomorrow. He must see it clearly today. Let's go to the bedroom. Wu Yuding opened the bedroom door. Boom! The smell of stinky feet mixed with other smells rushed to her face. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yuding choked. She looked inside the room. This was actually a place where people lived. There were a few books on the table. They were books on military strategy and command. Then, the floor of the room was filled with the powder of the jade of astral souls. The bed sheets were wrinkled and the quilt looked like a big worm curled up on the bed. There was even a part of the bed that had caved in. Wu Yuting frowned and covered her nose. She was angry and amused at the same time. She threw the quilt aside and looked. There was indeed a big hole in the bed. It was squarish and a big part was caved in. It looked like a coffin. However, the material of this coffin was different. It was filled with a lot of high-quality jade of astral souls that had absorbed a lot of energy. There were at least 1,000 pieces that filled the hole. It was obvious that Zhou Xiaoduo usually slept on this high-quality jade of astral souls. Zhou Chonglu was speechless. Wu Yuting was also speechless. Looking at the stinky socks on the bed, on the floor, on the windowsill, on the wardrobe, on the coffee table, and on the underwear. There was even a pair of underwear that was thrown on the chandelier, swaying back and forth, causing the light to flicker. Your son is awesome. Wu Yuting sighed. Zhou Chonglu rolled his eyes. You're talking as if he's not your son. This is a bachelor's kennel. It's true. Wu Yuting sighed. Originally, when she saw that the outside was clean and tidy, she thought that the puppy's personality had changed. Wu Yuting was happy for a few seconds. When she went into the bedroom, she realized that Doggy was still living in the kennel. It seemed that the cleanliness outside was not Doggy's work, but Li Chenglong's. Wu Yuting began to clean up the room quickly. She shook her head as she cleaned. I need to find a wife and let Nian Nian take care of him. How can this be? The smell in the bedroom is worse than the toilet. Zhou Chonglu coughed. He did not say anything and came over to help. I don't want to do it at all. The smell is too bad. But if I don't do it, I'll feel worse. After cleaning for a while, Wu Yuting stopped. Let's do it tomorrow. It's useless to do it now. This kid will probably come into the kennel soon. Okay, let's go to the study first. Zhou Chonglu's expression did not change, but he felt relieved. Okay. They opened the door to the study next to the bedroom. There was only a table, rows of books, a bookshelf, and some miscellaneous items. There was even a brush and ink. This kid was practicing calligraphy. There was a piece of writing hanging on the wall. It looked like a scribble. This kid actually hung it on his wall so openly. He dared to hang it up with such writing. Wu Yuting pursed her lips and almost laughed out loud. Then, they read the content. Suddenly, the couple's expressions became interesting. Unhurried in the world, not busy and not idle every day. In my dream, I can conquer the world, but when I wake up, I'll still be a god. Invincible in the world, I'll sit at home, I'll sleep under the immortal flower, I'll sleep with the cat until I wake up naturally, I'll stroke the cat until thousands of years later. Zhou Xiaoduo, on a certain day, made a great ambition for his life. I'm dizzy today. I don't want to update much. If the situation doesn't improve tomorrow, I'll go get an injection. Chapter 701. The couple looked at the poem, and even their mental fortitude was immediately thrown into disarray. They were speechless. This is my son's life goal. He's so promising. Wu Yuting's jaw dropped. What the hell was this? Zhou Chonglu's expression was also interesting. After a long time, he sighed and said, This is also a kind of state. After a long time, Zhou Chonglu put his arm around Wu Yuting's shoulder and muttered, It turns out that we made a wise decision to adopt Nian Cat back then. Wu Yuting's mouth twitched. Her face darkened. She muttered, Look at your son's poem. The reason he cultivated and improved was all to catch up with Nian Cat. Zhou Chonglu's face darkened. This obsession is not light. Nian Cat is not that easy to catch up with. This is really. Wu Yuting was speechless. She pointed and said, he can conquer the world in his dream, but when he wakes up, he's still a god. What does that mean? Well, he's fighting wars in his dream and being a high-ranking official in the world. When he wakes up, he feels that it's meaningless, so he continues to be an idle fish. Zhuo Changlu smacked his lips and explained. Wu Yuding covered her forehead with her hand. She looked like she was seriously injured as she walked out of the study. The couple felt that their outlook on life and values had suffered a huge blow today and just now. Now we can only hope that he won't surpass Nian Cat for a long, long time. Wu Yuding said with deep emotion, it's lucky that we didn't let them get married early. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this kid would really have no desires. A wife, a child, and a warm bed would probably be his life's greatest ambition. Zhuo Zhanglu nodded solemnly this time. He sighed and said, but I have to say that he's really open-minded. Wu Yuding frowned and looked at Zhuo Changlu unkindly. What did you say? Zhuo Changlu sighed again and said, he's really angry. Wu Yuding snorted. There are only 10 days left until the parent-teacher conference. Call Nian Mao over. Ask her if she's free tomorrow and check her cultivation progress. Zhuo Changlu thought for a while and said, okay. Both of them were confident. Zhuo Xiaonian would definitely come. Mom, Dad, the room is ready. Zhuo Xiaoduo came in with a head full of enthusiasm. It's getting late. You guys should get some rest. You must be tired after such a long journey. Let's talk tomorrow. Seeing his parents in the study, Zhuo Xiaoduo instinctively had a bad feeling. The study was not a place to stay at night, and the room closest to the study seemed to be. Moreover, this poem. Wu Yuding smiled faintly. She reached out and twisted Zhuo Xiaoduo's ear, pulled it over, and pressed it in front of her. There's no hurry to sleep. Explain this poem. What does it mean? Explain it clearly. She squinted and said in a strange tone, I didn't expect my son to be such a literary giant. He can even compose poems. His literary talent is remarkable. He's overflowing with talent. Zhuo Xiaoduo covered his ear with a painful expression. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Wu Yuding glared at him. Keep pretending. You don't look like it at all. Look at you now. Even if I use a kitchen knife, I can't cut you. It hurts when I twist your ear. Other than being a literary tycoon, you want to be a best actor. Say it. Zhuo Xiaoduo grimaced and made up his mind. Mom, didn't you prepare everything for me? Wu Yuding was stunned. What did I prepare? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked grateful. You must be my biological mother. You've prepared everything for me. I haven't even been born, and you've already prepared a wife for me. Bah! Zhuo Changlu turned his head and spat. Wu Yuding was dumbfounded. Zhuo Xiaoduo had an expression that said, I won't let you down. He said passionately, so, as a son, of course, I don't dare to refuse a gift from an elder. From now on, Nian Mao will be my dear wife and your dear daughter-in-law. I must make sure she's filial to you. Don't worry, if she doesn't listen to me, I'll beat her up. She won't dare to disobey you. Wu Yuding's pretty face gradually twisted. You. His skin was really. She was speechless. He was even more thick-skinned than his father. I just said that when you were young. Besides, it's not like you're willing. Why would Nian like you? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a literary giant and an award-winning actor? You're a liar. Wu Yuding began to attack. Mom. She's not willing. Is it up to her whether she's willing or not? Zhuo Xiaoduo attentively massaged Wu Yuding's shoulders. Your words are more useless than anyone else's. Wu Yuding said, that's not necessarily true. I have to think for Nian Nian. You're my son, and she's my daughter. If you're really not a talent, I won't force you to marry her. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. Back then, you still couldn't enter the Dao. I really didn't want to marry Nian Nian to you. Sua Xiao Duo was glib. Mom, that was then, and now is now. Haven't I already entered the Dao? And I'm doing so well. My progress is so fast and so good. Think about it carefully. If Nian Nian marries someone else, she won't be by your side in the future. Maybe, you won't be able to see her for a few years, or even decades. Can you bear to? Wu Yuding thought about it and realized that this kid's words made sense. If Nian Nian was separated for a long time, she really couldn't bear to part with her. She was just like a little puppy. Sua Xiao Duo continued to massage her shoulders. Mom, think about it again. You've raised the two of us for so long. It won't be good if either one of us isn't in front of you, right? When you're old, Nian Nian and I will both be in front of you. We'll be happy. We'll have a lot of grandchildren, and they'll jump around you. Okay. Wu Yuding was suddenly fascinated. Subconsciously, she thought of the scene described by Sua Xiao Duo. Suddenly, she felt that at this point in life, what else could she ask for? After all, it was an unimaginable and extravagant scene that she couldn't even dream of. It was real. However, Wu Yuding was a cultivator with extraordinary wisdom. She immediately regained her clarity and said, Ba, ba, ba. What do you mean by jumping around in front of me? Do you think it's a puppy or a kitten? Sua Xiao Duo said with a drooling face, Oh, it's a puppy and Nian Nian's child. Isn't it just a puppy or a kitten? Why do you care about these details? There's something wrong with your concern, he he he. Wu Yuding frowned and began to ponder. Sua Xiao Duo was delighted. He added fuel to the fire with his glib tongue, besides. If Nian Nian marries someone else, it's hard to guarantee that she won't be bullied. This girl looks strong, but in fact, she doesn't like to talk. She keeps everything in her heart. Isn't it too easy for her to be bullied? Wu Yuding felt that Sua Xiaoduo's words seemed to make sense. As for me, I'm definitely looking for a wife. But who knows what kind of temperament my future wife has? If she's bad-tempered and fights with me, she won't be polite to you. I'll be bullied by my in-laws. I'll be at odds with my future wife. Then, I'll definitely ask for a divorce or something. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and said worriedly, It's said that mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are born to be incompatible. What if the daughter-in-law doesn't like you, or you don't like her? There'll definitely be a conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, right? Of course, I'll be on your side. But what will the other party think? They'll think that I'm a mommy's boy, a chauffeur. It won't last long. Then, he cheered up, but if it's Nian Nian, not to mention that you two definitely won't be incompatible, even if there's a problem, she'll only vent her anger on me. You two won't have any conflicts. Do you think this makes sense? Wu Yuding thought in the direction that Sua Xiaoduo said. She thought about it again and again. The conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, the son being bullied by his in-laws. She had to be careful. If it was Nian Nian, she really didn't have to worry about anything. When the time comes, I'll have to take care of my in-laws, and Nian Nian will have to take care of my in-laws. Think about it, how troublesome it will be. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and said, But it'll be different if Nian Nian marries me. How will it be different? Think about it. First of all, the conflict between husband and wife will be gone all of a sudden. Even if there is, it will definitely be the three of you holding me down and beating me up together. How would I dare? Sua Xiaoduo said, Then, the conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law won't exist. Even if Nian Nian becomes your daughter-in-law, she's still your daughter. If you don't like her, you can still teach her a lesson. Unlike other people, you can't beat them up, right? Also, my in-laws are you and my dad, and my in-laws are also the two of you. How much trouble will this save? Sua Xiaoduo tried his best to describe the grand blueprint. Think about it carefully. You can hit and scold your daughter as you want, but when she becomes your daughter-in-law, you can still hit and scold her as you want. It'll save you from being like other people. There's so much fake politeness and it's all tricks, right? Besides, when the time comes and you have a child, your grandparents will still be your grandparents. If you want to be a mother-in-law, you can be a mother-in-law. If you want to be a mother-in-law, you can be a mother-in-law. If you want to be a grandmother, you can be a grandmother. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to worry about your daughter marrying far away, and you don't have to worry about your son being abused by your daughter-in-law. Look, isn't this life like a god's? Sua Xiaoduo was eloquent, twisting words and arguing based on reason. He described everything in an incomparably beautiful and extravagant way. Wu Yuding nodded continuously. Obviously, she had already been convinced by Sua Xiaoduo. So, Mom, please give me Nian Nian the cat. Sua Xiaoduo smiled cheekily. What's the saying again? Don't let the fertile water fall into the fields of outsiders. That's a wise saying. Okay. Wu Yuding nodded. I'll give it to you. Then, she waved her hand generously. Thank you, Mom. Sua Xiaoduo was overjoyed. He couldn't close his mouth. He turned to Sua Chonglu. Dad, Mom has already made the decision. You won't have any objections, right? Mom has always had the final say in our family. Even if you have objections, it's useless. Sua Chonglu glared at him. You don't even treat me as a unit, do you? Even if your mom has always had the final say, you don't have to say it so clearly. Chapter 702. Well, since your mom has already made the decision, as long as Nian Nian has no objections, of course, I have no objections, Sua Chonglu said. Sua Xiaoduo laughed and said, Nian Nian cat dares to be stingy. Try it. Since when is it her turn to decide such a major marriage matter? It's the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words. What can Sua Xiaonian do? Do you think this is a feudal society? Sleep. Wu Yuding said, we'll see what you've gained tomorrow. Your dad and I will give you some advice. Things were different now. Sua Xiaoduo wouldn't take the initiative to bring it out because he was afraid that his parents wouldn't understand and would hurt their self-esteem. Therefore, if they wanted to give their son any ideas, they had to ask the kid to bring it out first. Okay. Sua Xiaoduo was so happy that his mouth was crooked. Mom, my marriage has been decided. It can't be changed. Wu Yuding waved her hand impatiently. It's decided. Go to sleep. Are you really not going to change it? Sua Xiaoduo said worriedly. Get lost. Go to sleep. Wu Yuding was annoyed. Sua Xiaoduo ran to the door and said worriedly, Dad, this isn't about drunk words. You have to be a witness. If my mom goes back on her word. Sua Chonglu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sua Xiaoduo didn't stop until he entered the bedroom and stuck his head out. Nian Nian cat is my wife from today onwards. Wu Yuding glared at him. Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly closed the door and shouted from the room, You can't go back on your word. Wu Yuding and Sua Chonglu smiled bitterly at each other. This kid. Really? We still have to ask for Nian Nian's opinion on this matter. Sua Chonglu frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, It's not good for you to agree like this today. If Nian Nian doesn't agree, wouldn't it be ugly? Nian Nian cat won't disagree. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. I know what that girl is thinking. We can't force her. She's been gone for so long. It's normal for her to change, Sua Changlu said. Of course. If Nian Nian doesn't agree, she can only do Xiao Duo's work. Wu Yuding said, Nian Nian is a smart child. As long as you beat around the bush, she'll know what you mean. If she changes the topic, directly rejects you, or even hints at rejection, she'll know what she's talking about. But then, we have to cut off Duo's thoughts. We can't let him pester us and turn our relatives into enemies. Sua Changlu nodded. That's right. Wu Yuding said, actually, Duo is a very sensible child. If he didn't feel that Nian Nian had already agreed, I'm afraid he wouldn't have come to me to ask. Sua Changlu could only nod. That's true. When the couple arrived at the guest rooms where Xiao Duo had prepared, their eyes lit up and they were very satisfied. They could see that their son had really put in a lot of effort. The bedroom was decorated exactly the same as at home, whether it was the style, orientation, or color. Everything was exactly the same. Everywhere was clean and spotless. Not bad, not bad. Our son has put in a lot of effort. The couple was very satisfied. I didn't expect my son to beat Senior Ice Nether, who is at the same level as him. When Wu Yuding thought of this, her face was full of pride. My son is so awesome. I also didn't expect Ice Nether to lose to Xiao Duo. Sua Zhonglu chuckled and said, I think this kid must have leaked the news about the flood. So, he decided to come here to watch the fun. I'm afraid that he also wants to take advantage of the flood to make fun of him in the future. Sua Changlu obviously knew the bad character of Ice Nether and others very well. He said, but this time, Ice Nether is really awesome. He's always been a bully, but now he's been bullied. He even lost the ice spirit that has been with him for countless years. I guess he won't dare to mention it again when he goes back. He can't not mention it. There's still that 10% of the materials. Wu Yuding's face turned to dissatisfaction. That's the materials my son won. Look at little Yu. He's just short of saying that it's all his credit. He's just like his father. Like father, like son. All the credit is his own, and all the fault is someone else's. Humph. Sua Changlu wisely didn't reply. This was clearly Wu Yuding's protective nature acting up again. According to Little Duo and Little Yu, even the discovery of this relic is also due to my son's contribution. I don't know how much my son will get in the end. Humph. Wu Yuding became more and more unhappy as she spoke. Even if we give him the things in the relic, he won't be able to use them for the time being. Sua Changlu had to say something. But it's our family's things. We have to make it clear. Wu Yuding was still unwilling to let it go. Okay. I'll find a chance to make it clear to them. Humph. And the things that Lai Hua and others gave today. Wu Yuding snorted. They're not for improving cultivation, and most of them are useless to Xiao Duo. You mean they're useless for improving one's strength and strengthening one's foundation. But those things are still very useful. Sua Changlu was very clear-headed. In fact, it's already very good to get so many things from these stingy people. Let's go to sleep. We'll study how to use them tomorrow. Okay. It was a quiet night. The next day, Sua Xiaoduo directly asked for a leave of absence. Mom and Dad are here. I want to accompany Mom and Dad around Fenghai. This reason was flawless and impeccable. With Sua Xiaoduo's current cultivation progress, resting for 3 to 7 days was really not a big deal. When Xingtian not only expressed his understanding, but also asked if there was a need for the school's higher-ups to come forward. Sua Xiaoduo hurriedly declined. I'm going to play with Mom and Dad for the next few days. Why are you teachers coming over? Besides, if they come over and say that I'm wise and powerful in school, I might get a fat beating. That's absolutely not okay. After all, a certain someone still had a considerable understanding of his reputation in school. When Xingtian said, "Just you wait, kid. Do you think you can avoid this beating? I'll let you put on an act in front of your parents for the next few days." Early the next morning, Wu Yuding sent a message to Zhuo Xiaonian. "Nian Nian, your father and I are at Finghai's Hidden Dragon High School. In a few days, it'll be the Hidden Dragon High School's parent-teacher conference. Are you coming?" After thinking for a while, she added another message. "Little doggy is doing okay here. He's living in a villa and is very carefree. Also, I saw a lot of girls coming. They're really quite good-looking. I don't know which one doggy will choose. I have to take advantage of these few days to check on him. If you're coming, you can give me some advice." After this message was sent, Zhuo Xiaonian, who was typing a reply to the previous message, immediately deleted the message she typed. She simply said, "I'll be there right away." Tears were about to fall. He actually wants me to go over and give him some advice. Mom, you're too much. Zhuo Xiaonian stood up and rushed out with a murderous look to ask for leave. A lot of girls. Mom actually wants to go over and check on him. She still wants me to give her some advice. Ha ha ha, that you're a mischievous little doggy. You're dead meat. Asking for leave. Zhuo Xiaonian rushed into the third-level leader's office of the Nine Heavens Pavilion with a cold face. The inner core realm was the first level of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The nascent soul realm was the second level. Now, Zhuo Xiaonian was already at the third level. Moreover, she was fully deserving of the title of Big Sister in the third level. Permission granted. When the leader saw her expression, he was instantly shocked. He didn't even ask for the reason and directly approved it. 1 month's leave. Permission granted. If it's not enough, give me a call and I'll make up for it. He directly approved it. That was how straightforward it was. The leader was polite. Actually, the moment he saw Zhuo Xiaonian enter, he had already decided that he would agree to whatever she wanted to do today, not to mention asking for leave. Looking at this murderous aura, he would see a ghost if he didn't stand on ceremony. Lord Civet had been in the Nine Heavens Pavilion for so long, but it had never exploded with such a strong murderous aura before. It seemed that she was really angry today, that it was just that he didn't know which blind person had offended her. She was so angry. No matter who it was that offended her. Cough cough, good luck to them. Is the matter urgent? Do we need to send someone to assist? The leader in charge asked kindly. It's okay. Zhuo Xiaonian wanted to say that her younger brother was having a parent-teacher conference, but suddenly she really didn't want to say the word younger brother. Because there was a very strong sense of repulsion in her heart. Unhappy. This puppy was jumping around happily now, it must be looking for a beating. My puppy has something to do outside, I'll go and settle it. Zhuo Xiaonian left with a murderous aura. The leader was dumbfounded. Something happened to your puppy outside. And you ended up like this. That I've never seen a civet raising a dog. What's going on, what's going on? But it's fine if you leave, you're almost freezing me to death. Even my teacup is frozen. After thinking for a while, he still sent a message to the absolute boss of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. He was very careful. Boss, Civet has asked for a month's leave. Saying that she wants to settle the puppy's matter. He sent a confused emoji with its eyes rolling around. The boss immediately replied, got it. If there's nothing else, I'll have nothing to do with it. The leader stretched his long legs and picked up the teacup, wanting to drink some water, but his hands were frozen. It was really cold. Damn, how could I forget that the tea and the teacup were all frozen into ice? Sigh. He hurriedly circulated his energy and evaporated the heat from his hands, melting the ice. Unfortunately, the tea still couldn't be drunk, it was completely tasteless. Let's change to another cup, sigh. Ever since Civet achieved a breakthrough, the cold air would erupt from time to time, and he, who was nearby, suffered greatly. Just this tea alone had already changed its taste a few times. Every time he went out for a while, he would come back in a few seconds. Damn it, he finally didn't have to hold the teacup in his hands for at least a month. Civet had asked for leave. Good news. Roar, roar. At the core of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, a man in black pondered and immediately sent a message. Director, Civet Swishaunian, has asked for leave for a month. A reply came immediately. Do you need me to teach you what to do? He hurriedly replied, I've already sent 2 Guaxian experts to follow her. There was no reply. After thinking for a while, he finally couldn't help but type, Director, is this the princess of the royal family? The reply, do you want to know? Over here. The man in black felt a headache coming on. How can I not want to know? I want to know too much. But the other party's words were very cold. Don't ask, don't ask. I don't want to know. He hurriedly replied. There was no reply from the other side again. He wiped off his cold sweat. Damn it, that you scared me. Speaking of which, what are you trying to do by sending such an ancestor here? Can't you be clearer? But this girl is really a genius. This cultivation speed, hee hee. What's more rare is that her foundation is tens or even hundreds of times stronger than the average person's. Saying that she's a genius is an understatement. Alright, do whatever you want. Swishaunian leaped into the air from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Stretching out in the air, a wisp of ice and frost tore apart the canopy. With a flash, he rushed out, and another wisp of ice and frost swept out, restoring the canopy to its original state. With a whoosh, she disappeared. Chapter 703. The expert supporting the sky screen was rushing over, but when he realized that the sky screen had been restored, he was confused. Then, 2 figures tore the sky screen apart and rushed out. However, they didn't seem to have any intention of restoring the sky screen. Fuck. The expert protecting the sky screen couldn't help but curse. Can't they go somewhere else? So what if they're fast? Can't they feel anything? No one answered. The 2 people had already gone far. However, the sky screen had been damaged by them, so the expert supporting the sky screen couldn't ignore them. Bastard! The person protecting the sky screen was furious. What kind of person was this? However, he still had to repair the sky screen. Otherwise, the meteors would continue to tear it apart. Swishaunian left the sky screen and sped up for the second time. His entire body flew forward at top speed, producing rumbling sounds along the way. He was as fast as a spark as he sped towards the southern sky. In a flash, she disappeared, leaving only a wisp of white smoke behind her. Swishaunian was provoked by Wu Yuding's words. She was really anxious. She directly used the divine origin escape technique and rushed away, gritting her teeth as she flew. Fuck, you're really bold. How dare you flirt with a female classmate? Ha ha ha. Did I give you a chance? You want to open a dye factory? I felt that something was wrong last time. Sword King or something, he was so popular. There were so many female fans waving flags and cheering. Humph, this kid even said that they were ugly. To think that I believed him. Fuck, you're courting death. I'll be damned if I believe you. This time, if I don't teach you a lesson. Humph. Sua Xiaoyan was furious. She flew faster and faster. Behind her, the two Gui Xian experts who had followed her out of the sky screen were a little stunned when they came out. They couldn't see her anymore. How fast was she? At least there are some traces. Let's hurry up and chase after her. If we lose her and something happens, we'll be in big trouble. The other person sighed. The two of them had no choice but to give chase. In the beginning, they could still see the traces left behind by the sonic boom, but later on, they could only rely on their senses, and later on, the two returning Xian experts were already speechless, and could only rely on their initial tracks to chase after him. The two of them were so tired that they could only stick out their tongues. Even if everyone has their own specializations, this girl has just reached the cloud transformation realm. How could she be faster than us by so much? One of them felt that he could not understand it no matter what. This is still the initial stage of the cloud transformation stage. The other man was speechless. He lowered his head and flew as fast as he could. Stop talking. Try to catch up. If you continue talking, we won't be able to catch up. At 7:00 in the morning, Wu Yuding cooked breakfast. Sua Xiaoduo ate happily with a round belly. He lay on the sofa with a satisfied look on his face. Sure enough, no matter who cooked, it would not be as good as his own mother's cooking. After all, she had raised her son for so many years. Wu Yuding knew her son's taste very well. Naturally, she could make Sua Xiaoduo beam with joy and delight. Li Chenglong had already gone to school. When Sua Xiaoduo was not around, it was the best time for Li Chenglong, whose cultivation had greatly improved, to dominate the class. Li Chenglong's grasp of timing was certainly better than the others. When Sua Xiaoduo was not around, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. How could he miss it? When Sua Xiaoduo was having breakfast, he had already beaten up all the students in the class. At this moment, he was beating up Xiangbing fiercely. The whole class was cheering loudly at the side. Only Xiang Chong was speechless. Wen Xingtian, who was watching from the side, was also speechless. I really don't know when this idiot will wake up. Do you really intend to use this title of Iron and Steel Hierarch to the end? Sometimes, I feel anxious for Li Chenglong. You have such a good aptitude and such a high IQ, but why is your EQ so low? I really don't know what he is trying to do. Today, in the school, there was a big discussion about yesterday's battle. All kinds of analysis, techniques, and predictions came out one after another. Especially Sua Xiaoduo's last sword move that won the battle. It was so powerful that even though they could not see it clearly in the fog, the students were all excited. In yesterday's battle, Sua Xiaoduo had displayed all the sword techniques that he had learned so far. From the initial drizzle to the final torrential downpour, every sword technique was marvelous. Coupled with the description of the poem, it was extremely pleasing to the eye and was unable to stop. As for the name, Sword God from 108,000 years ago, Shimen Shuashan, everyone was full of interest. Many people went online to look it up. They looked it up in any way, but there was no record of this person. Therefore, everyone started to use their imagination. This sword move is so amazing that it's hard to imagine. When I have the chance, I must try it out. It's too awesome. Too awesome. That's right, Sword God Shimen Shuashan. This name is really cool. Shimen. Damn. Shimen. Could it be related to Marshal Shimen's family? Hiss. It's really scary when I think about it. It said that Sui Xiao Duo is related to Marshal Dongfang. It's even scarier when I think about it, even scarier when I think about it. Dot. Li Chenglong snorted disdainfully at these people and these matters. What sword god Shimin Shui? You're thinking too much, fellow students. Sui Xiao Duo, the god of cheap, is more like it. Who else could be the god of cheap other than Sui Xiao Duo? I believe that no one can compete with him, or even dare to compete with him. However, regarding the matter of dealing with the Prince of Zhongyuan yesterday, under Wen Xingtian's organization and the approval of the school's leaders, a student conference was held in the morning. Li Chenglong went on stage as the student representative and talked about his views on this matter. Originally, there were representatives from all 4 grades who wanted to go on stage to talk, but after Li Chenglong finished speaking, the others refused to go on stage no matter what. He's already said everything. He's even analyzed everything down to his underwear. What's the point of us going up there? Go on stage and talk about what he had just said. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Wouldn't that be too shabby? Whoever wants to be a copycat can do it. In any case, I'm not going to do it. The teachers of the various grades did not find the reaction of the student representatives disagreeable. On the contrary, they felt the same way. This was probably the tragedy of having a good person in the first place. In particular, Li Chenglong's last words were so sincere and earnest that all the teachers and students felt the same way and applauded for a long time. However, it was the same speech that made Wen Xingtian and the students of Class 1 laugh so hard that their intestines almost broke. Students, regarding this thing called beauty, we have to emphasize a few words. Everyone's expression was strange. Beauty, this thing called beauty. In the heart of the iron and steel hierarchy, beauty is actually just this thing. That's right. Everyone loves beauty. However, if you don't care about anything else for the sake of beauty and wholeheartedly sink into it, throwing away your country, family, friends, justice, and integrity. What is that? You're an idiot. Let's talk about beauty. Beauty, how many beauties are there on this continent? Am I right? At most, there will be another batch of beauties every few years. You love beauty. Then can you love all of them? There will be fresh and tender little beauties appearing every day. What number 1 beauty in school bell? It's all just skin and bones, my fellow students. We have to prioritize martial arts. Let's not talk about other things. Yesterday, Sui Xiao Duo defeated Bing Xiaobing, Zhua. Are there many beauties who like him? There are many, right? However, Zhua has never considered it. I have been with him for the longest time. I can bet that he is not a eunuch. However, his heart is on martial arts. Boss Sui doesn't care about beauty at all. In our high school, how many beauties are there in our generation? How many of us are still in elementary school? How many of us are still in kindergarten? How many of us are just born? As for those who are not born, there are even more, cough cough. As for me, although I, Li Chenglong, am not considered a top genius, I am still barely passable, right? But me, of course, I don't look that good and no beauties have taken a fancy to me. However, even if there is one who likes me, I will not accept her. Why? I want to climb to the peak of martial arts. The relationship between men and women is just a small matter. It is not worth mentioning. I, Li Chenglong, do not care about it. The path of martial arts is endless. Keep moving forward and do not ask about the end. These words, I encourage you all. The applause was warm. Xiang Bing stood up and left with a dark face. The students of Class 1 and the others had a stomach full of rotten words. They looked at Li Chenglong strangely. This guy had offended Xiang Bing to the core. As expected, Li Chenglong went to Xiang Bing excitedly to spar with her. However, Xiang Bing ignored him. It was as if she did not see him. Why? Looking at Xiang Bing, who was walking away, Li Chenglong scratched his head. He was puzzled. I did not offend you. What is going on? Everything was fine in the morning. Yi Zichen sighed. The students and teachers did not even smile. Instead, they were worried. For example, Meng Zhongjun went to find Wen Xingtian. Teacher Wen, this is not good. The iron and steel hierarch has reached a level that is worrying. We can laugh at him before, but now, if we still don't understand, we will be sad. Meng Zhongjun was worried. Wen Xingtian felt the same way as Meng Zhongjun. In fact, he was also worried about this. Although I'm a teacher, I really can't do anything about this matter. He had never been in a relationship before. Please think of a way. If this goes on, I am afraid it will cause a lifelong regret, Meng Zhongjun said. Wen Xingtian frowned and said, it is difficult for a teacher to intervene in this kind of thing. Let's wait for Zhou Xiaoduo to come and discuss with Zhou Xiaoduo and let him handle this. Meng Zhongjun was speechless. That guy can probably instigate the two of them to fight each other. You are still counting on him to do this. When it comes to important matters, Zhou Xiaoduo won't mess around. Right? Wen Xingtian was certain at first. Then, he inexplicably took a turn and became a question mark. It is hard to say. There is a 99% chance that Zhou Xiaoduo will instigate the two of them to continue fighting. There is a 1% chance that he will matchmake them. How despicable. Chapter 704. Wen Xingtian frowned. Forget it. I'll contact Zhou Xiaoduo after school tonight. Okay. Meng Zhongjun went back. After he went back, he asked Zhen Piapiao and Yu Yan, who were playing with their little tigers. The two girls' little tigers had now grown to the size of adult dogs. Although they were still cute, the aura of the king of beasts was gradually showing. An ordinary martial master would probably be pushed to the ground by these two little tigers. Take some time to talk to Xiang Bing. How can you keep dragging it out like this? You're both girls, so it's easy to talk to you. The two girls expressed that they were really in a difficult position. Did they not talk to her? They had talked to her more than once or twice. However, Xiang Bing was also worried. How could a girl take the initiative in this kind of thing? She could only hope that Li Chenglong would suddenly be enlightened. However, why was it so difficult for this iron sect leader to be enlightened? Tian's brain felt as if it had been kicked by a donkey. When it saw Xiang Bing, it was like a bull seeing a red cloth. Other than beating her up, there was nothing else. What the hell was she going to do? While the school was filled with melancholy, Zhou Xiaoduo was overjoyed at home. He had originally proposed to accompany his parents to walk around Fenghai City, but Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuting directly rejected him. To them, walking around Fenghai City. What was there to walk around in Fenghai City? They were not interested in it at all. Damn it! Wu Yuting instructed. Show me and your dad what you've gained during this period of time. Here. Zhou Xiaoduo scratched his head and said, it seems. I can't let go. Can't let go. So many. Wu Yuting was stunned. Yes. Then you'll take them one by one. Wu Yuting asked. It's too troublesome. Zhou Xiaoduo took out the Annihilation Tower and placed it on the table. He grinned as if he was presenting a treasure. Dad, Mom, let's go in and take a look. Yes, I can't do it yet. I have to wait for a while. Wait for a while, I have to go in and take care of it. Following that, he rushed in and quickly absorbed all the heat that the heart of the ardent sun was emitting during this period of time. He went one step further and made the temperature of the space pleasant. Only then did he jump out. This was a must. In Zhuoxiao's heart, even if his parents used to be big bosses, they were very weak now. Wouldn't it be terrible if they got scalded when they went in? Zhuo Chonglu raised his eyebrows. This brat actually had the Tower of Annihilation. There were only a few bottles of it left in the world. It seemed like the Hidden Dragon Academy's headmaster, Yi Chongqing, had given him the bottle he had. However, this thing could only be considered a large space ring and had no other use. But in terms of space rings, the Flood Witch's life ring was much better than this Tower of Annihilation. However, the moment they followed Zhuoxiaoduo into the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo Chonglu and his wife were shocked. The pair of mother and son were very experienced. As soon as they entered the interior of the Tower of Annihilation, they keenly felt that something was wrong. How could there be breath of life in here? How could there be breath of life in the Tower of Annihilation that they had never heard that there was a mountain in the Tower of Annihilation? And such a huge mountain range. Well, what was with the lush greenery on the mountain range? On the ground in the distance, patches of soft and tender grass could be seen everywhere. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast and boundless grassland. When the wind blew, the lush and verdant grass swayed back and forth. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. There were only a few bottles of the Tower of Annihilation, that was for sure. And the one in Zhuoxiao's hand must be the one in Yi Chongqing's hand, which was one of the most ordinary bottles. There were only 3 bottles of the Tower of Annihilation that had the function of time. One of the bottles was used for cultivation, which had the effect of 2 days in the outside world. It was given to Yu Dongtian. The other bottle had the effect of 3 days in the outside world. It was given to his disciple's wife, Bai Yunduo. The last bottle was also able to last for 2 days in the outside world. It was in the hands of the royal family. The others did not have the ability to change the flow of time. They were just like the space ring, which could at most temporarily carry living things. But what was with the bottle in Zhuoxiao's hand? As far as Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding knew, his bottle, even if all the other bottles were added together, would not be as big as Zhuoxiao's bottle. And there would not be mountains or plants in it. It was just a simple difference in the flow of time. Zhuoxiao's bottle could be said to be the one and only unique treasure in the world. Dad, Mom, what do you think of this small tower of mine? Zhuoxiao's face showed that he was presenting a treasure. Now living in this small tower of mine, 1 month in it is only 1 day in the outside world. He. 1 day is equivalent to 1 month's time. This. How did you do it? Zhuo Chonglu's eyes were shining. At this moment, he was really shocked. About this, I'm not very sure. Zhuoxiaoduo was really confused about this question. When Zhuo Chonglu and his wife came in, Xiaolong hid. He repeatedly told Zhuoxiaoduo not to tell anyone about him. Even if Zhuoxiaoduo wanted to say something, Xiaolong was an existence that no one else could see. If Xiaolong did not want to come out, he had no way to prove his statement. When Yi Chongqing gave it to you, it was already like this? Zhuo Chonglu asked. No. Dad, how did you know that Principal Yi gave it to me? Zhuoxiaoduo asked in surprise. Zhuo Chonglu coughed. Have you forgotten? Your mom and I are both experts. Oh. Right. I'm confused. Zhuoxiaoduo lightly slapped his own mouth. It was as if he was caressing it. He laughed foolishly. At this point, he also understood that if he did not have Xiaolong's help, he might still be able to absorb the astral soul's jade powder. However, the effect would not be as amazing as it was now. Dad, I can only say that the process is very coincidental. And there is a 99% chance that it cannot be replicated. Sua Xiao Duo thought about it and said tactfully, it is very coincidental. I will report to you after I figure out the reason. Forget it. Sua Chonglu was very open-minded. There was only one bottle of this thing, and it was in his son's hands. What was there to be worried about? No one else had it. That's great. If everyone had it, how could the Zhuo family show off their extraordinary martial prowess? This is the heart of the sun. You use this to cultivate your flaming sun scripture. Wu Yuding asked in surprise. Her son even had this. Mom, the origin of this is even more coincidental. The last time it fell from the sky, it coincidentally landed on my leg. Sua Xiao Duo was exultant. Wu Yuding grinned. Fell from the sky and landed on your leg. Why didn't it land on someone else's leg? Seeing that this kid was as happy as a husky, the couple tacitly did not expose him. However, Wu Yuding and her husband looked at each other and smiled at the same time. He, having a godfather was indeed awesome. He even gave this to them. He. These two balls of yellow light. Sua Chonglu leaned over to take a look. He was shocked again. These are two saber-winged tigers that are being modified by the bloodline inheritance? You have a lot of rare things. They come out one after another. There is no end to them. Sua Xiao Duo was really shocked. His father's eyesight was really good. Yes, Dad. You have a good eye. This is it. Sua Xiao Duo gave him a thumbs up. Sua Chonglu straightened his back and frowned. It looks like they're coming out soon. How are you going to deal with these two tigers? Sua Xiao Duo scratched his head and said, well, I haven't thought about it yet. Wu Yuding stopped to take a look and said, the origin of these two little tigers is a demon. From what I can see, these two adult saber-winged tigers were modified by chance. Coupled with the inheritance of the heavenly tiger, their demon nature is hard to tame and their wild nature is also hard to tame. It won't be easy to tame them. Mom, give me an idea. What should we do? Sua Xiao Duo was very straightforward. It's a pity to kill them. I don't think we can get much meat. Two of them won't even be enough to eat a meal. I can't figure it out. Mom and Dad are here. Eat meat. I can't believe you can think of that. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, how about this? We'll stay here for a while. The transformation of these two tigers should be completed. At that time, I'll think of a way to make them recognize you as their master. Then, your father and I will help you train them for a few days. When we leave, we'll release them into the forest and let them grow up. This kind of demonic tiger bloodline, if you keep it by your side, it will easily lose its wild nature. Apart from being a pity, it will also cause a sharp decrease in combat power. Only when they fight on their own in the wild can they be of use. But once they recognize you as their master, there will be a certain degree of connection between them. If you can use them in the future, you can use them. If you can't, you can just abandon them. Wu Yuding said very lightly. Sua Chonglu frowned and said, it's hard to predict the cycle of cause and effect. The return of the demon continent is a foregone conclusion. Let's see if these two tigers can be useful. But I think it'll be very difficult. If they can grow into the heavenly tiger soul essence that can make the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. Sua Chonglu muttered. I buried that thing under that mountain. Sua Xiao Duo pointed to the mountain in the space-destroying tower and said, Dad, it's there. It's there, dot. Sua Chonglu rolled his eyes. Finally, he couldn't help patting Sua Xiao Duo on the shoulder and said with gratification in his eyes, you're really my son. Wu Yuding laughed. Sua Xiao Duo didn't understand. I brought that thing back in the hope that it can grow again. What does it have to do with whether I'm your son or not? By the way, I've also buried those that can grow dragon soul ginseng and snake king fruit. Xiao Duo suddenly remembered, Dad, Mom, I have 2 mature dragon soul ginseng here. Why don't you each eat one? Maybe it can restore your cultivation. Even a part of it will be good. Zhuo Changlu shook his head, that thing is good, but it's useless to me and your mother. Our cultivation can't be restored with external things. Useless. Xiao Duo couldn't help but wonder. It seemed that his parents' problems were more serious. Why didn't they use such good things? Although the dragon soul ginseng is good, it's only useful for those below the mysterious realm. Wu Yuding rubbed Xiaoduo's hair and messed it up. Okay. Xiao Duo suddenly became anxious. It seemed that he had to eat it as soon as possible. If he broke through the mysterious realm, wouldn't it be useless? At that time, it would only benefit others. What was the difference between that and buying something delicious but not eating it and letting it expire? This pagoda of yours. Wu Yuding thought for a while and said, when the 2 little tigers come out, I'll find someone to recognize this pagoda as its owner. Zhuo Changlu's eyes lit up and said, that's a good idea. As for who this pagoda originally belonged to, whether it was given to Xiao Duo or lent to him, the 2 of them didn't care. Was this kind of question important? Since it's in my son's hands, it's his. Snatch it. Let's see if you dare. Chapter 705. There are still a lot of precious treasures. I buried all of them in this mountain. Xiao Duo pointed at the mountain in front of him with a smug look on his face. You saw them. You even marked them all. Zhuo Changlu was impressed by his son's way of thinking. The whole mountain was filled with flags. There were many small flags with words written on them. Those were the names of medicinal herbs, fluttering in the wind. Colorful Ganoderma lucidum, crystal snow ginseng, soul-tempering vermilion fruit, crystal vine, young returning grass, nightmare flower. At a rough glance, there were more than 100 types of medicinal herbs. The whole mountain was filled with flags. It was a spectacular sight. It was like an old general with flags all over his body leading an army full of flags to set up an ambush here. Xiao Duo put his hands behind his back and looked at his masterpiece with a calm and pretentious face. You must be shocked. Dad, Mom. Your son is awesome. Now, I'm qualified to be the head of the family. Xiaoduo's collection in this mountain was only a small half of what he had collected. Most of it was taken from the spatial rings he had seized. It had to be said that with so many spatial rings, there was practically everything he could think of. There were only things that one could not imagine. There was nothing that was not inside. Xiao Duo was very proud. Wu Yuding rubbed her eyebrows. She was a little angry. It seemed that the little dog had taken a lot of risks during this period. Many of these things were good stuff that could only be found by chance. It was not easy to get them. This kid was a little arrogant. You have to remember these things clearly. Zhuo Changlu warned, some things are not very important. You don't have to be too stingy with them. Sometimes, you will forget about them. Sometimes, they will delay things. This was Zhuo Changlu's experience. There were often too many things that were seized. Often, they would just pile them into the space rings and not care about them. After a while, when he remembered them, he would not know what they were like. They might have rotted or broken. In the past, there were people who couldn't find them. This kind of thing happened too often. I understand. Xiao Duo chuckled and said, it's just that I'm still too weak now. If I take out too many good things, people will only covet them. When I'm stronger, I'll take them out and exchange them for money. Right now, in Fenghai City, there is a ready-made family that can help me deal with this, but I don't plan to let them do it yet. I still want to observe them. Zhuo Changlu asked in detail and nodded. You're right to be cautious. Even if you're sure that she's reliable, you can't let your guard down before you experience a conflict of interest. Money can move people's hearts. It's never just a saying. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already figured out how to operate it. Fang Yinhua had been idle for such a long time. It was time to give him some work. He wanted to find a suitable opportunity for him to partner with Gao Qiao's family. Anything else? Wu Yuding couldn't bear to see Zhuo Xiaoduo showing off. She said, "How much is this?" "And the quality is just average." "How much is this?" "The quality is just average." Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was waiting for his mother's praise, was shocked by her mother's tone. He thought that this would be enough to surprise his parents. But now, listening to his mother's tone, it didn't seem to be a big deal. Speaking of which, how high are your standards? Zhuo Changlu patted his wife's shoulder and said softly, "It's not easy for your son to get these with his own ability." Wu Yuding nodded. This made sense. Zhuo Changlu immediately said, "Although it's quite rubbish, it can't hold up against so many." Rubbish? Zhuo Xiaoduo was not convinced. Why is it not easy for me to get these? Your son is awesome. I still have a lot of good things that I haven't taken out yet. Take a look and don't blink. As he said that, he put down the space ring. But it was spitting out like a flash flood. In an instant, a mountain was piled up on the ground. This is the astral soul stone I got for my father. It's for you to use when you go back to open the shop. Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to pour it out again. Stop, stop. The astral soul stone shop has already been transferred. Wu Yuding said disdainfully, your father won't be selling astral soul stones in the future. You're already so old. You still have to work hard for us. You can only keep these for yourself. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. It's been transferred. He's not doing it anymore. Of course, it has to be transferred. What's the point of keeping it? Wu Yuding said matter-of-factly. Now that you and Nian Nian are sending money home every day, we don't need to open a shop to earn money. We can't earn much anyway. What's the point of keeping it? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it and agreed. It's good that it's been transferred. If you ask me, it should have been transferred long ago. The two of you are right to think this way. You should rest and enjoy life. No matter what, your son is a man who can be the head of the family now. Zhuo Changlu squinted. What? You want to fight for power? Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly smiled apologetically. Dad, please don't misunderstand. What I mean is that Nian Nian and I are the head of the family. I'm not talking about our family. Hee hee. Wu Yuding squinted. Your family. It's hard to say what your position in the family is. In any case, your mother doesn't think highly of you. Zhuo Xiaoduo stiffened his neck and said, in any case, on the household register, the head of the household is definitely me. It has to be me. It's definitely me. How can there be a mistake? Ha 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 ha. Wu Yuding laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. What a cute little puppy. You can only find some sense of superiority in this area. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face turned red from his mother's laughter. He gritted his teeth and said, Mom, just watch. Nian Nian can't do anything in our house. That's impossible. When the time comes, I'll beat her up one by one. After thinking about it, he hurriedly followed up and said, if I can't beat her, you can help me beat her up. Wu Yuding laughed so hard that her intestines almost broke. Afraid that her son would laugh at her, she hurriedly went over to check the pile of supplies. The first thing that came into view was a large pile of pearls. There were more than 1,000 grams of snake pearls and centipede pearls. Keep the biggest ones. Get rid of the rest. Give them to your classmates or the families that may rely on you in the future. These pearls can be passed down as heirlooms in small and medium-sized families. Wu Yuding said, even if it's a big family, the young ones will still need these things when they're young. Don't think that it's easy to get them just because you have a lot of them. These things are all so rare. So, each of these pearls is a huge favor. It's also a gift for your future connections and power circle. Understood. After that, Wu Yuding sorted out all of Sui Xiaoduo's loot by category. She threw the medicinal herbs and elixirs into a pile that Wu Yuding's processing speed was too fast for the eye to take in. She was so fast that Sui Xiaoduo was a little dazzled. Then, except for those that Sui Xiaoduo could use now that there was only one sentence for everything else, hurry up and get rid of them. Including those low-grade Astral Souls Jade and those Astral Souls Stones. They would only take up space if he kept them. After sorting out, especially the large number of Astral Souls Stones and Astral Souls Jade, Sui Xiaoduo realized that he could only keep less than 1/10 of the items. Basically, it was only 2 or 3% of the items. With your current cultivation level, you won't be able to use these things. Even if they look useful, they don't have any practical effect. In the long run, they will only become trash and be thrown away. Instead of throwing them away, it's better to sell them now and let them circulate in the market. Then, you can exchange them for things that you need. Even if you change them into Star Yuan coins and let them lie in your account, they will still be of use. Except for some real heavenly treasures, which are not afraid of the erosion of time and can be used continuously, you can get rid of everything else. Don't say that you can't bear to part with them. Including those big beads that I suggested you keep. After a while, when you see if they are useless, you will still have to throw them away. Horizons are very important. Every advancement in martial arts is accompanied by a widening of one's horizons. For example, ordinary people need cold medicine. Do you need it now? For example, the low-grade Astral Souls Jade that ordinary martial artists need. Do you still need it now? Wu Yuding educated her son. You can be stingy, and greedy, but don't be stingy to the extent that you will turn the wealth in your hands into trash. Sui Xiaoduo asked humbly, then what is worth keeping forever? Something that can hold its value forever. Those dragon soul ginsangs that I'm burying now. Are they worth it? Wu Yuding said disdainfully, after reaching a certain level, they will still be trash. With your current cultivation speed, you can consider throwing them away in less than 2 years. Fuck. Sui Xiaoduo was a little shocked. His mother's horizons were so high. Speaking of things that can be kept, things that can hold its value forever. For example, the sword in your hand, the hammer. The ice spirit that you just won. Ice spirit. Sui Xiaoduo was puzzled. Why did they all call it ice spirit? Didn't Bing Xiaobing always call it ice spirit? Yes, ice spirit. These can all be kept. Wu Yuding thought for a while and said, as for the rest, including this heart of the sun. When your cultivation is high enough, you can absorb it all and turn it into powder. After that, it will be hard to say whether you want to keep it or not. And the space soil. In short, you have to firmly remember that in this world, there are the 9 great wondrous stones, 9 great metals, 9 great treasured medicines, and so on. These are the things that can be preserved for a long time, until you and I. Yes, until you reach the level of the highest combat power in this world. If you surpass that, even these are still useless. As for things that can hold its value forever, you have to talk about the legendary level, the true starry sky treasures. Wu Yuding's voice was a little fascinated. Chapter 706. For example, there is a legendary sword. When this sword is used, it can cut apart the starry sky and the Milky Way. For example, there is a blade in the legends. Once this blade is used, the universe will be reborn. For example, there is a treasure that can reopen the universe or something. Wu Yuding sighed. There are many good things in legends. You won't know about them until you reach a certain level. Of course, you don't have the right to know about them. Let's take human experience as an example. When you're flying in the sky, there's someone running on the ground. You'll be the champion in a 100-meter race in just a few seconds. When you reach a certain realm, you'll be able to run from here to the main hall of the Wizard Alliance in just a few seconds. It's not about the gap, but about the understanding and knowledge of different realms, experience. Swishaoduo's eyebrows twitched as he listened. He even strongly suspected that his mother was just bragging. He had never heard of such a person. Even legends and myths were not as awesome as this. Speaking of Cao Cao would appear. That was just a far-fetched understanding. Don't doubt it. Someone has really done it before. Zhuo Chonglu sighed softly and said, that person is so powerful. As long as he is still on this continent, he can appear anywhere on this continent with just a thought. He can really be wherever he wants to be. For example, he is now at the southernmost part of the Umno Alliance. Then, he can stand on the highest peak in the northernmost part of the Astral Souls continent in the blink of an eye. Don't look at me in disbelief. It's this person who was exiled to the other 8 continents. Although this is just a legend. Your mother was just casually talking about it. With your current realm, it doesn't matter if you take it seriously or not. Just listen to it. This is something beyond your understanding. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally understand. Swishaoduo scratched his head. Well, compared to what you said, I've really collected a pile of trash. I've become the king of trash. Also, those space rings you have, give them away when you need to, sell them when you need to. There's no point in hoarding them. Wu Yuding was exasperated at her son's miserly behavior. When you're stronger, you'll be able to get as many of these things as you want. If you can't find them yourself, can't you just snatch them from the battlefield? The bigger the fist, the more powerful the argument. The higher the cultivation, the more obvious it will be. Rob. Zhuo Chonglu coughed repeatedly at the side. Don't lead the child astray, it's too damaging. Wu Yuding gave him a sidelong glance. Do you still need me to teach you this? What did he learn from you? Just your genes alone have already caused your son to go astray. Not to mention teaching by word and example. Swishaoduo was getting more and more frustrated. He thought that he was already the richest man in the world, but now it seemed that in his parents' eyes, he was just a rag picker. At most, he was just a rag picker with a little bit of wealth. However, what he didn't know was that his parents were already shocked to the core when they saw the mountain-like materials. These things were naturally nothing to the husband and wife, but if it was related to Swishaoduo's current cultivation, it was a very, very terrifying reality. There was really a lot of good stuff here. When did an origin core cultivator get so many good things? According to what the couple knew, since ancient times, there had never been an origin core realm cultivator who was able to live as well as their son. His son was able to move resources out mountain by mountain. He was truly worthy of the reputation of having 2 sleeves of gold. Wu Yuding even felt a sense of inferiority. Thinking back to the time when she and her husband were origin core cultivators. They could also get some things, but how could they be compared to this kid in front of them? It was not even 1/10, or 100. After taking stock of the ordinary gains, it was time for the main event. This space soil. Although it is only half a liter, it is still very precious. You have to use it carefully. Wu Yuding said, I didn't know how to use it at first, but you have the Tower of Annihilation in your hand, and you even made it evolve to such a level. This is the best time to use the space soil. It's really lucky. You just have to sprinkle the space soil on your mountain later. This 50 grams of space soil will make the space of your Tower of Annihilation 10 times bigger, and 10 times more stable. With the space soil inside, you can use it as the foundation. You don't have to worry about the tower being damaged by external forces. So magical. Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. Looking at the space soil that was just taken out, it was as shiny as sand. How could it have such a great effect? Listen to your mother. Sua Changlu nodded. But we can throw it out later. Before we go out, just sprinkle it here. This ice soul, and this 10,000 years black ice, keep these things for your sister Nian. Wu Yuding pondered for a moment and said, if your sister Nian agrees, it will be considered a betrothal gift. Betrothal gift. Good, good, good. Mom, I'm not sleepy anymore. In an instant, Sua Xiao Duo was so excited that his eyes could not be seen. He could only see his tongue jumping in his mouth. Ha ha ha. Nian Nian cat, let's see where you can run to. Hurry up and come to my bed to tickle me. Sua Xiaoduo's face was filled with happiness. Wu Yuding and Sua Changlu were speechless. This kid was not only a money grubber, but also a wife grubber. It had to be said that since Sua Xiao Duo was young, Wu Yuding and Sua Changlu were in harmony with each other. They were happy and comfortable. This atmosphere had a great impact on Sua Xiao Duo. It made him yearn for marriage. As long as he got married, he could be so happy forever. Therefore, this guy had long been impatient to get married. He yearned for it and was drooling over it. Fire and water don't mix. Wu Yuding looked displeased for the first time, and her expression was very ugly as she spoke. This Lihua couple simply did not have good intentions when they sent this wine. Good stuff, it was good stuff, but Sua Xiao Duo couldn't use it right now. Speaking of which, none of the things that these three fellows gave, including the things that Bing Ming lost, could strengthen Sua Xiao Duo. It was either a foreign object or something Sua Xiao Duo couldn't use. These three great shamans were knowledgeable and knew it clearly. They could give gifts, but they wouldn't help you train your son. Therefore, they didn't care if Bing Ming lost the ice soul. Anyway, your son couldn't use it. Giving it to others. It was better to give it to your son than to give it to others. With your son's talent, he would definitely be a strong opponent when he grows up. With your guidance, his future would be terrifying. But the others were far worse. For others, it would be a great achievement if they could reach the level of the four great marshals. This led to the reality that Sua Xiao Duo had the sun attribute, but the great shamans gave him the ice soul. Was the ice soul good stuff? It was definitely good stuff. Whoever dared to say it wasn't good stuff, I'll knock his teeth out. But your son couldn't use it. Wasn't it infuriating? Ha 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 ha. Therefore, the great shamans gave the ice soul with a clear conscience. As for the resources they gave to Li Chenglong, firstly, how old was that kid? Secondly, this little fellow's threat was much smaller than Sua Xiaoduo's. Helping him to nurture and strengthen his foundation was not a big deal. Even if they split the resources, it wouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, it wasn't a lot of high-quality resources. Besides, young people were naive and stupid. They all cared about fairness. So, if they didn't split the resources, would there be a gap? If Li Chenglong's share was split, wouldn't it be inappropriate for them to split mine and not yours? Sua Xiaoduo's space earth, water and fire don't mix, mysterious ice. Take it out and split it. Not split it. Why wouldn't you split it? This was human nature. Not to mention an inexperienced young man. The twists and turns were all calculated by these old people. Don't think that they took it out casually. Whoever believed them was a fool. Every step was an open scheme. They weren't afraid that you wouldn't fall into their trap. But the three great shamans still miscalculated. Because they never dreamed that Zhuo Changlu and his wife didn't only have one son, but also a daughter whose talent wasn't inferior to their son's. And the direction of their daughter's cultivation was ice attribute. Also, Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo's relationship and their respective positions had already been set. It couldn't be shaken by mere external things. In the future, he would be the heavenly king and I would be the military advisor. You want to break this iron-like position with just a few pieces of astral soul's jade. You're thinking too much. In Li Chenglong's heart, where were they now? Inner core realm. Even if they wanted to fall out, it should be at the level of left and right heavenly king, right? At that level, they couldn't fall out. Besides, Zhuo was so much stronger than me. If I fell out with him, what else could I do but get beaten up? If I didn't fall out with him, I would be beaten up every day. If I fell out with him, I wouldn't be able to live. Let's talk about water and fire don't mix. Riley was really big. And it was definitely a good thing. But it was more or less improper. At that time, things started after the Raging Fire Shaman married the Ice Abyss Shaman's sister. The two of them didn't get along well. They fought every day. They started fighting when they were young, day after day, year after year. They fought 5 times in 3 days. When the two of them fought, the unlucky ones were actually Dan Kong and the Flood. They couldn't help it. These 3 families lived too close to each other. The two of them often fought and fought until they came to the Flood's place. You pull my hair, I pull your ear. This one has a swollen nose, that one has a bloody face. Boss, please be the judge. What's wrong with this son of a bitch? Every time this happened, the Flood Witch would have a big headache. How can others judge when you two fight? Even an upright official can't solve a family dispute. Don't tell me that I'm a great shaman, not an upright official. Chapter 707. But the Laihua couple had been fighting for so many years that the Flood Witch, Senior Witch Dan Kong, and Senior Witch Bing Ming couldn't stand it anymore. Especially Senior Witch Bing Ming, he was about to collapse. Sister and brother-in-law fought every day. As a brother-in-law, he shouldn't be too sad to be caught in the middle. He couldn't help sister beat brother-in-law every time, could he? Although he had done so before, the problem was that there was a saying that made sense: when husband and wife fight, they fight at the head of the bed and make up at the end. Today, he helped his sister and brother to beat up his brother-in-law. As a result, they didn't fight the next day and made up. So they turned around and beat him together. And often at this time, in order to mend the relationship between husband and wife, the sister beat him especially hard. You dare to beat my husband? You've got guts. We are fighting. As an outsider, you don't mediate, but help one side to beat the other side. What are you doing if you are not stirring up trouble? If I don't beat you, who will I beat? After the violent beating, the husband and wife were able to vent their anger and return to harmony. The husband and wife both returned home. The poor Senior Witch Bing Ming was bruised all over. He had a pig's head and panda eyes. His eyes were full of tears. 2 days later, his elder sister came crying to his door again. Raging Flame, that son of a bitch, hit me. Little brother, you have to help me vent my anger. You have to support elder sister. You are elder sister's only relative in this world. After a few times, Senior Witch Bing Ming broke down. Senior Witch Bing Ming, who couldn't stand it, moved away at that time. But even if he moved away, he couldn't stop. When the couple fought, sister still came crying again. You are my little brother. How can you not care about me? Of course, the most unlucky one was not Senior Witch Dan Kong and Senior Witch Bing Ming. Because he couldn't beat anyone. He couldn't beat Lai Hua, he couldn't beat Senior Witch Bing Ming, he couldn't even beat Lai Hua's wife. He was just a punching bag. And he moved away and was caught back. Later, the three great witches got together to discuss. They couldn't go on like this. To put it bluntly, that was the most brainstorming thing the three great witches had done in their lives. There was no other. In order to adjust the relationship between the two of them, he invented this wine that was incompatible between fire and water. Actually, there was nothing wrong with drinking this wine. It was just that the woman would feel hotter and hotter while the man would feel colder and colder. Then, they would look at each other with delicate features. Then, they could only gather together and have fun. When the happiness was over, the hot and cold energy would turn into two different types of energy and be absorbed. Their strength would improve, and the relationship between husband and wife would become very sweet. Most importantly, this wine was effective for a long time, and there was no problem with one's realm. For this wine, the Flood Great Witch contributed a ninth heaven cold spring eye, the Ice Deep Witch contributed a ninth heaven cold soul, the Dan Kong Great Witch also contributed a space soul, which was a spirit seed that could extract the purest energy from the universe, and the Raging Fire Great Witch also contributed a sky fire mouth. The four senior magi worked together to create a wine that was as incompatible as fire and water. In the end, the result was that the Lai Hua couple rarely fought. Well, they fought in their beds every day and rarely went out to fight. Everyone felt much more comfortable. Their hard work had not been in vain. Finally, they didn't have to persuade them to fight every day. However, they didn't know when this wine became popular. After all, it was a peerless treasure that could assist in dual cultivation and promote it. Moreover, it could strengthen one's masculinity, and it didn't have to care about one's physique or aptitude. As long as one's cultivation could withstand it, one could drink it. After drinking it, before the two types of energy completely melted, it was like a golden spear that could hold up the sky. It could not only be happy but also become stronger. Wasn't it a panacea for the harmony between husband and wife? It was a must-have at home. However, the origin of this wine was already so magical. How could there be too many finished products? How could you let the four world-shaking senior magi work together to make wine for you? Not to mention others, even if Sua Chonglu and his wife were here, they wouldn't be able to do it. Therefore, the 6 jars of wine that Lai Hua gave out were the real good things among the gifts given by the senior magi. However, even if they were good things, the current Sua Xiao duo had no use for them. Still, if Sua Xiao duo had a use for them, they wouldn't give them to him. There were many conditions that restricted Sua Xiao duo. First, he was still single and didn't have a wife. After drinking this wine, if he was alone, he wouldn't be able to handle it even if he broke his arm. Of course, even if Sua Xiao duo was already married, he still wouldn't be able to use it. That was because this thing had a certain requirement for one's cultivation, at least the Skysoar realm. Under the Skysoar realm, those who acted rashly would die. Yes, that was how tyrannical it was. Therefore, this good thing that all the upper echelons of the continent yearned for was in Sua Xiao's hands. They could only look at it and let it gather dust for a long time. Therefore, this wine was actually a gift for Sua Chonglu and his wife. Your son is still many years away from reaching the Skysoar realm, right? Are you willing to waste this wine? The effects of this wine aren't fake. There's no limit to the number of times you can drink it, but there's still a time limit. Unlike other good wines, the longer you keep it, the more fragrant it becomes. This wine has a shelf life. If you don't drink it for 3 years, its effects will completely dissipate. With your son's current cultivation, no matter how amazing he is, it's impossible for him to reach the Skysoar realm within 3 years. He's only at the origin core realm now. Are you kidding me? Moreover, we don't believe that an old drunkard like Zhuo Zhanglu wouldn't drink these fine wines after 3 years without doing anything. But if you drink it, we'll have a reason to make fun of you. This old man even drank the adult product that we gave to his son. What's the point of drinking it? Who doesn't know? Ha 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 ha, that even on the battlefield, we'll laugh until your face turns red. After drinking this wine, your body will have a fragrance that won't go away for a long time. As long as you drink it, we'll know. And so that's all we can do with this wine. Unless you, Zhuo Changlu, give these 6 jars of wine to people who just happen to need it, like the king of Zhuolu and his wife. However, the couple's cultivation has always been about the same as ours. They've basically reached the peak. Unless they get a great opportunity, they'll stop here. Let's slowly grind together. What can a few more jars of wine help? Who's afraid of who? Therefore, Wu Yuding was really angry at the fact that she hadn't dealt with this issue of water and fire being incompatible. Too mischievous. Lai Hua, this bastard, he's not human at all. This wine. Let's keep it for now. Zhuo Changlu said, let's keep it for 2.5 years first. If within 2.5 years, Nian and Duo can improve greatly and get married, it's fine. Wu Yuding sighed and said, after 2.5 years, if it still doesn't work, let's give this wine to Yunduo and Hudu. Cultivation is no match for opportunity. The opportunity belongs to whoever it belongs to. Zhuo Changlu said, the 2 of us can drink it. Wu Yuding, scram. Zhuo Xiaoduo was puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Therefore, Zhuo Changlu skipped the origin of these wines and only explained their effects. This explanation immediately made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel deep veneration. The way he looked at the 6 jars of wine was a little strange. I like this wine. What kind of high-end toy was this? It can only be drunk by powerful people above the sky realm. And it's a special wine for dual cultivation. This is a good thing that Lai Hua prepared for me. How does he know I'm thin-skinned? If Nian Cat gets married, cough, she's not willing. Cough, then I'll hold a candlelight banquet, cough. Then we'll each drink a cup. And then. As he thought about it, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but be fascinated. This wine can be used as a strategic resource for my family. As for the sky realm in 3 years. How could this be a problem for my wise and mighty Lord Dogda? Is it difficult? Don't you know that I went from martial disciple to core in 1 year? Martial disciple, martial master, Xiantian, embryonic breathing, core. Is it difficult? Moreover, I suppressed my advancement the whole time. Now, from core to nascent soul, cloud transformation, imperial god, nascent soul, sky realm. It's just a few levels. In order to dual cultivate with Nian Cat, I have to work hard. Work hard to cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo was instantly filled with motivation. His goal was the sky realm. A new goal for a salted fish formed. Zhuo Xiaoduo asked expectantly, Dad, this wine, is it referring to the sky realm that has been suppressed many times, or is it the normal sky realm? Cultivators who can advance to the sky realm are no ordinary cultivators. If there's no suppression in the early stages, reaching the nascent soul realm is already the limit. Do you think that cultivation is a joke and that you can rely on luck? Zhuo Changlu said indifferently. Seeing the light in this kid's eyes, how could he not know what this kid was thinking? What was he thinking? However, even Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were not optimistic about Zhuo Xiaoduo's chances of reaching the sky realm in 3 years. Well, it should be said that they were not optimistic at all. Of all the cultivators who could reach that realm, which one of them hadn't gone through hundreds or thousands of years of arduous cultivation? 3 years. 3 years to reach the sky realm, and 2 people to reach the sky realm at the same time. No matter how amazing a genius was, it was impossible. Under the suppression of the thorny path 6 times, it will be difficult for one to reach the sky realm in one's lifetime. That's the most basic limitation of talent. Therefore, those who can reach the sky realm are all geniuses, true geniuses, geniuses above geniuses. Oh. Sua Xiaoduo was unhappy. He had thought that with his strong foundation, he could reach the sky realm in advance. Sua Changlu could not help but laugh. But with your current accumulation, if you can maintain it, you can drink this wine when you reach the nascent soul realm. Ahem. Wu Yuding coughed. Sua Changlu immediately corrected himself. But it's better to drink it when you reach the sky realm. Just because you can drink it doesn't mean that there won't be any hidden dangers. I understand. I'll keep it well. Sua Xiaoduo looked at the 6 jars of wine and felt that his mouth was watering. He was itching to give it a try. With a flip of his wrist, he put it away. I'll keep it well, he. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. This kid had only been so serious a few times. Now that he was acting like a miser in front of his parents, he probably wouldn't take out the 6 jars of wine even if he waited until they expired. Chapter 708. Mom, according to what you're saying, these things that I have now. Sua Xiaoduo was at a loss. Apart from the fact that most of them are useful to Nian Niao, there aren't many that are useful to me. There were so many good things. Why did his mom say that they were all useless? Sua Xiaoduo was at a loss. The only good wine he had was actually waiting until he reached the Sky Soar realm. This was simply making things difficult for him. Wu Yuding said, since they're good things, how could they be useless? However, many of them are useful for your current stage. For example, pills that can increase vitality, natural treasures, and so on. These are all fine, but you need to use them as soon as possible. Otherwise, when you break through to the cloud transformation realm, these things won't be of much use anymore. If you force yourself to use them, it will instead become a hidden danger. This so-called hidden danger is probably due to the fact that too many natural treasures will form in your body. When you break through to the Sky Soar realm, you need to use your true yuan to burn them. This is also the fundamental reason why so many people find it so difficult to break through to the Sky Soar realm. After all, using natural treasures to increase one's cultivation is fast, and there's also a sense of pleasure in reaping without sowing. Many people will never tire of it. After all, if they can easily become stronger, who would be willing to give up what's nearby and work hard on their own cultivation? However, in this world, if you want to become stronger, how can there be so many advantages for you to take? The saying, more haste, less speed, is the best way to describe it. Therefore, in the early stage, those who use this method to increase their strength, no matter how amazing their aptitude is, or how good their luck is, will inevitably stumble when it comes to natural treasures. However, the cultivation of a martial artist is arduous and sluggish. Obtaining some natural treasures is in itself a kind of fate. It can be said to be a necessary supplement and a great help. As long as you restrain yourself from eating too much in the early stage and don't build up too much resistance in your body, then there's no harm. After all, as one's cultivation increases, the chances of encountering top-notch natural treasures in the future will be greater. If you can't use them to their fullest potential because of a moment of impatience, the gains won't make up for the losses, and you'll regret it. To give you a direct example, take this pile of astral beast meat and king-grade spirit meat as an example. At this stage, it is undoubtedly a great opportunity. But you've eaten a lot now. So, you've improved a lot. But, it's still only based on your current realm. You've eaten too much, and you've developed a resistance to it. So, you won't be able to improve as much as those who haven't eaten the meat of emperor level or higher demon beasts. Wu Yuting said, "Do you understand now?" Sua Xiaoduo came to a sudden realization and nodded repeatedly. "I understand now. It's like a person taking cold medicine. Once he catches a cold, he'll take medicine. Later on, normal cold medicine won't work anymore. It's the same principle. Because the body has developed a resistance to the medicine, it's 3 parts poison. They're 2 sides of the same coin." Wu Yuting praised, "Yes, that's right. My son is really smart." Sua Chonglu looked up at the sky. This kind of. Was it even worth praising him for being smart? According to your explanation, even a child can understand, let alone our son who is not stupid. So, hurry up and deal with it. Quickly throw away the useless ones. Change all the resources you don't need to the high-grade jade of astral souls. It'll be best if you can change them to the high-grade jade of astral souls. Wu Yuting encouraged, "Of course, if you can change them to the heart of the ardent sun or the heart of mysterious ice. It'll be even better." Sua Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. At least in Fenghai, even the high-grade jade of astral souls was hard to find because of him. The heart of the ardent sun in his hand was something that fell from the sky. Mom, your requirements are really high. No matter what kind of treasure it is, no matter how long you keep it, no matter how much you accumulate, it's not as important as changing it to your own strength. Do you know why the jade of astral souls can be used as an equivalent item? It's because the jade of astral souls is something that any cultivator can use. There's no possibility of its value collapsing. Wu Yuting patted Sua Xiaoduo's shoulder and said earnestly, "You must always remember that the greatest treasure in the world is your own strength. There's no treasure more important than your own strength." "I understand now." Sua Xiaoduo's heart was suddenly enlightened. He had been too narrow-minded before. 2 sleeves of gold was nothing. His next goal was 2 sleeves of stars. Whether it was the jade of geocentric astral souls, the heart of the ardent sun, or the heart of mysterious ice, he would not reject any of them. The more, the better. Sua Chonglu's face was full of smiles. Sure enough, a mother was the best person to educate her son. Sua Xiaoduo's miserly temper really made him waste a lot of things and wasted a lot of connections. Therefore, he had to change it. Now, it seemed that this wave of transformation was beginning to bear fruit. At the very least, it was a good thing that he could listen to him and no longer lay on the gold mountain to sleep. Since Sua Xiaoduo had made a decision, the follow-up actions were naturally swift and decisive. He immediately picked up the phone and called Gao Qiaoer. "Senior Qiaoer, how are your family's preparations? I have a lot of materials to deal with here." Gao Qiaoer was very confident. "Sua, don't worry. Our family will definitely not screw up in this aspect. Where are you now?" "I'll be there in a while. I'm in the villa." "Sua, wait for me for a while. I'll be there in half an hour at most." As their relationship became closer, Gao Qiaoer had started to call him Zhuo like Li Chenglong. Gao Qiaoer put down the phone without hesitation. She immediately dialed the number. "Prepare 20 Origin Core Realm martial artists, 3 accountants, 2 auction appraisers, and 2 auction managers for me. You must be at the Hidden Dragon Villa complex in 20 minutes, in front of Zhuo's house. This is the first time our family is working for Zhuo. I don't want any mistakes." "Okay." Then Gao Qiaoer returned to her normal state and leisurely wandered around the school. She also told a few of the Gao family's disciples that they didn't need to go home for a few days. Then she specifically found the number 1 genius of the Gao family, Gao Junlong. If you still want your surname to be Gao, be honest. Especially about Zhua. If you dare to go out and talk nonsense, you will be crippled of your martial arts and expelled from the family. Gao Junlong's face was bitter. Since yesterday's battle with Zhua Xiaoduo on the arena, Gao Junlong, who claimed to be a top genius and ranked in the top 10 of the 4th grade Class 3 of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, lost all his arrogance. There was no other reason. With his initial cloud transformation realm cultivation and experience, after comparing himself to Zhua Xiaoduo's battle, he found that he was not his opponent at all. In fact, he was an existence that could be completely crushed. If it was a real life and death battle, perhaps he would be finished in one move. He would die in pieces and be riddled with holes. And his opponent was only at the origin core realm. After coming to this conclusion, Gao Junlong became completely honest. Gao Qiaoer, who had also witnessed the battle, only came to warn him as a precaution. In fact, even if she did not warn him, Gao Junlong would not dare to make any trouble. Not to mention other things, right now he was afraid that he could not even defeat Li Chenglong. 30 in the morning. Gao Qiaoer brought some people and punctually appeared at Zhua Xiaoduo's villa. When she saw Zhua Chonglu and his wife, she respectfully greeted them. Zhua Chonglu and Wu Yuding did not expect that Zhua Xiaoduo would call such a beautiful and capable girl over with just a phone call. They could not help but be very interested. Wu Yuding looked at Zhua Xiaoduo and felt a little sorry for her son. This work probably won't be finished in one morning. But according to my understanding of Nian Mao, she will probably arrive in the afternoon. When she sees Gao Qiaoer here. Son, I wish you all the best. Mom can't help you. Mom is just here to watch the show. After exchanging some pleasantries, Gao Qiaoer went into work mode. Boss, what's the matter? What task do you have for me? Since she was already in work mode, Gao Qiaoer simply omitted the word left. Help me deal with some things. My request is to deal with all the corresponding value into Supreme Grade Astral Souls Jade. If it's difficult, you can use Supreme Grade Astral Souls Jade to trade if you have no other choice. Oh, for the rest of the limited value, deal with them as cash. Zhua Xiaoduo ordered casually. Then, they started to work in the villa's courtyard. A few mountains fell from the sky and piled up in the backyard. Gao Qiaoer and her people immediately started to work. First, they dealt with the items according to their categories. Then, they appraised them individually. The accountant started to make tables and tabulate the numbers. The appraiser then started to appraise the items. The old auctioneer started to wander around. Those items were suitable for ordinary people, those for martial artists below the nascent soul realm, and those for martial artists above the nascent soul realm. The transaction prices of these items were all different. There were quite a few differences. Gao Qiaoer needed to clearly count the quantity here and estimate the approximate value. Then, she would use this approximate value to estimate Zhua Xiaoduo's request. Finally, she would take these items away. And all of this would be an extremely huge workload. Gao Qiaoer had already ordered the dishes from Firstborn Heaven First Grade and asked them to send it over at noon. Lunch would definitely be eaten here. Otherwise, the work wouldn't be done. Zhua Xiaoduo was pushed into the room by Gao Qiaoer. Go and accompany uncle and auntie to talk. I don't need you here. Okay. Zhua Xiaoduo was also a big-hearted person. He went in without saying anything. This girl is not bad. She's very smart and capable. Wu Yuding clicked her tongue. Zhua Xiaoduo smiled and said, Do you still remember the two sisters that I killed in the Central Plains Longhu List arena? I'm from her family, I'm her cousin. But this family's attitude towards me changed exceptionally quickly. So quickly that even I didn't expect it. They've shown me kindness and sincerity time and time again, and now they've even taken the initiative to pledge allegiance to me. As he spoke, he introduced them carefully. Zhuo Zhonglu chuckled and said, "Every time the stormy era starts, the families that take advantage of the situation are either led by geniuses or have good foresight and know how to invest. This Gao family seems to belong to this category." Zhuo Xiaoduo asked, "Many people have advised me to accept them cautiously. Dad, what do you think?" Zhuo Chonglu said lightly, "Don't worry and do it boldly. As long as your strength is always in a state of rapid improvement, they won't dare to be disloyal. But if one day you reach a bottleneck or fall, then it's time to be wary of these people. Now, there's no need to worry." Chapter 709. I understand now. Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly understood. The basic rule of this world was that the bigger the fist, the bigger the argument. As long as your fist was big enough, everything else was insignificant. "Dad, I will definitely remember your teachings and use my iron fist to suppress everything that disagrees with me." In the villa, Zhuo Xiaoduo accompanied his parents to talk and drink tea. Then, they asked some questions about martial arts. Zhuo Xiaoduo wanted to find out more about his parents. After all, when he met Wu Yuting this time, Zhuo Xiaoduo faintly felt that something was wrong with his mother's experienced and knowledgeable side, as well as her indifferent expression and tone. "It seems that I have underestimated my parents." However, the result of this test made him even more confused than before. This time, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting were very abnormal. They didn't hide anything. No matter what questions Zhuo Xiaoduo asked, they would immediately answer it. They even let Zhuo Xiaoduo demonstrate the martial arts, kung fu, and moves that he had learned several times. Then, they would comment on each move, which was very different from their previous low-key attitude. Moreover, no matter what level of martial arts it was, his parents would casually explain it, from shallow to deep, and from deep to shallow. In Zhuo Xiaoduo's opinion, with his parents' level, it would be a waste of their talents if they didn't come to the higher martial arts institute to be a professor or something. Many teachers couldn't explain things that they couldn't understand even if they tried. However, in the eyes of his parents, it was nothing. In a few words, they could explain it to the point that even a child could understand it. This was really too awesome. If such a talent were to become a teacher, wouldn't he have students all over the world? Zhuo Xiaoduo was chatting casually inside, while Gao Qiao was working hard outside. And now, at this time, Zhuo Xiaonian was wrapped in frost as she rushed all the way from Shangjing. She was about to reach Fenghai. That bastard actually hooked up with female students. And a few of them. Zhuo Xiaonian's anger had not subsided the entire way. You lied to me for so many days. Bastard, if you don't give me an explanation, you're dead. Even if your parents are here, they won't be able to save you. Gao Qiao worked hard. This time, the items that Zhuo Xiaoduo brought out were all top-notch. After all, they were all reserved items that had been scoured through. Basically, there were no ordinary goods. Many of the spiritual herbs and spiritual plants were top-grade goods that were priceless in the outside market. Apart from the demonic beast king's beads, he had also taken out some heavenly treasures. The more Gao Qiao thought about it, the more frightened she became. There were too many things, and the value was too high. It was so high that Gao Qiao didn't dare to imagine it. The accountants and appraisers, as well as the two old managers of the auction house, were already dazzled by the number of items in the auction house. In the beginning, when he saw some high-grade items, he even asked Gao Qiao why she didn't keep them for herself. Was the main house being negligent? However, when the number of similar items reached a certain limit, everyone gradually became numb. No matter how unbelievable it was, they had to believe it. They couldn't not believe it. After working hard for a while, Gao Qiao asked everyone to take a break. Sua Xiaoduo had already prepared a few pots of good tea on the coffee table outside. This is a sky-high amount of wealth. Young mistress. An old manager of the auction house was trembling. He had worked in the auction house all his life, but this was the first time he had seen so many things at once. However, there was one thing that was very strange. How could such a rich and overbearing person have so many stones of astral souls? Wouldn't it be better to just save up the jade of astral souls? Look, just those stones of astral souls could be piled up into a real small mountain. It was hard to understand. Our family can get 5/1000 of the profits from these items. Gao Qiao said lightly, all the accounts will be made public in the truest way. I don't want anyone to get involved in this. Once found, their entire family will be wiped out. I understand. Many people understood this principle. To be able to call the young mistress of the Gao family, the future head of the Gao family, to handle the transaction with just a phone call, and leave her outside without a care that it was needless to say how scary this kind of person was. Whoever coveted this kind of person's money would be an idiot. Of course, when the real benefits reached a certain level, it was not impossible for idiots to appear. Therefore, Gao Qiao still had to beat them over and over again. If there was a problem with such a low amount of money, Gao Qiao felt that she could kill herself to thank Sua Xiaoduo. Moreover, 5/1000 of the commission was actually very awesome. At 11:30 in the morning, Sua Xiaonian rushed into Fenghai City like a whirlwind. She tore open the sky and drilled into it. Her whole body was like a white smoke, rushing straight into the hidden Dragon Villa district. Sua Xiaoduo almost didn't take a breath along the way. At this moment, she could only focus on one thing. Kill the puppy. Kill the puppy. At this moment, in the hidden Dragon Villa district, in Sua Xiaoduo's villa, the dishes ordered by the first grade of the heavens had already arrived. Gao Qiao ordered 4 tables, including a table of the best dishes, which were sent directly into the room. The other 3 tables were left to eat outside. As a partner, Gao Qiao was naturally invited in for a meal by Sua Xiaoduo. Gao Qiao was embarrassed, but in the end, it was Wu Yuding who came out to invite her in personally. Holding hands, they went in. The 4 of them sat around the table. Gao Qiao was eagerly busy. Finally, she finished. Just as she sat down and was about to eat, all of a sudden, the entire villa seemed to have entered the coldest days of the year. An icy aura enveloped the entire place. Then, with a whoosh, a graceful figure appeared in front of the villa door like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her body swayed, and she arrived in front of the door and pushed it open. Sua Xiaoduo stood up and looked at the door in surprise. Then, the door was suddenly opened. A graceful figure that he had been thinking about day and night appeared at the door. A warm smile appeared on Sua Changlu's face. Sigh, my little cotton-padded jacket is here. Finally, I have a helper. Wu Yuding, on the other hand, had a face that said, as I expected, I know this girl's heart the best. But this girl came so quickly that I'm still surprised. In short, it was the kind of smile that said everything was in the palm of her hand. When she sent out the message in the morning, she expected this girl to be anxious. Sure enough, this girl had obviously risked her life to come here. Looking at that cold and murderous aura, Xiao Duo would not be able to get away with it. Son, you're on your own now. Looking at Gao Qiao, who was sitting at the table and eating, Wu Yuding instantly knew another thing, another subtle change. The little dog was in trouble. A great disaster was coming. Wahahaha! Sua Xiaoduo shouted in surprise. Gao Qiao turned her head. The moment she looked over, there was only a dazzling, soul-stirring sight. From her eyes, the person who came was a snow fairy from the heavens. Her whole body was cold and pure, with the coldness of the moon. She suddenly appeared at the door. Her face was so beautiful that it could topple cities. Her body was curvaceous and slender, and her clothes were whiter than snow. She stood at the door, right in front of them, but it was like a snow lotus quietly blooming on the peak of a snowy mountain that no one could climb. Her eyes, nose, face. Her face was gentle to the extreme, but her temperament turned all this gentleness into coldness. Even though she was right in front of you, you would still feel that she was a fairy in the clouds. She was so high up, so clean and transcendent. She was clean from the inside out, untainted by a speck of dust. Even if the mortal world was full of filth, nothing could taint her purity. There's actually such a beautiful girl in the world. Gao Qiao, who always boasted about her beauty, couldn't help but be amazed. There were countless beautiful girls in the world. Gao Qiao, was also an outstanding beauty, but to be able to reach the level of Zhuo Xiaonian in front of her was rare. And to have such a face and temperament, Gao Qiao, could be sure that there was only one person in the world. Gao Qiao, was usually quite conceited about her appearance. Even in Fenghai City, people often praise Gao Qiao, as the #1 beauty in Fenghai City. But the moment she saw Zhuo Xiaonian, a feeling of inferiority rose from her heart. That feeling was probably, she couldn't be compared, the difference was too big. She could only admire the high mountain, and couldn't even be jealous. Would an ant be jealous of a dinosaur? After Zhuo Xiaonian entered the door, out of a woman's intuition, she saw Gao Qiao, at first glance. This wasn't because Zhuo Xiaonian was unfilial, nor was it because she didn't see her parents, but a woman's natural defense of her territory. At first glance, she was a stunning beauty, very shrewd, very smart, very capable, and exuded a capable demeanor. But Zhuo Xiaonian's heart was instantly half relieved. Ahem, the threat isn't that big. Then she saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of joy, jumping, laughing, and rushing towards her. Humph, snorting in her heart, Zhuo Xiaonian dodged Zhuo Xiaoduo to the side and stood in front of Wu Yuting and Zhuo Changlu. Mom, Dad, I missed you so much. Zhuo Xiaoduo missed, and Nian Nian the cat passed in front of her expressionlessly as cold as frost. But when she arrived in front of her parents, she immediately smiled like a blooming spring flower. Her expression changed so quickly that it was amazing, but it didn't seem out of place. Standing on the other side, she scratched her head, puzzled. Why is she ignoring me? I really didn't offend her. It's good that you're here. Wu Yuting smiled and looked at her daughter meaningfully. You little girl, did you rush all the way here? Zhuo Xiaoduo blushed and hugged Wu Yuting's arm coquettishly. Mom. Then, he smiled and said, I was on a mission not far away. I was thinking of coming over after the mission was completed. So, when I saw Mom's message, I immediately rushed over. How can a mission be more important than family reunion? Oh. Wu Yuting said in her heart, like hell I'd believe you. Judging from the degree of condensation of qi around you and the deduction of your own cultivation, if you didn't rush all the way here from the Nine Heavens Pavilion, I'd be blind. Chapter 710. Of course, Wu Yuting wouldn't say that out loud. She said, Nian Nian was on a mission, so she definitely hasn't eaten yet. Xiao Duo, why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry up and get Sister Nian Nian a stool and utensils. Hurry up. Without needing to be told, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already carried the utensils over. He said eagerly, Sister. Nian Nian. He. He. Sit. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't even look at him. She sat down and then looked at Gao Qiao, curiously. Mom, we have guests today. Wu Yuting was experienced and knew what her daughter was thinking. She explained happily, "This is Xiao Duo's good classmate. She has helped us a lot. Her surname is Gao." She introduced her daughter and Gao Qiao, a female classmate. A good female classmate. Sui Xiaoyan was alarmed, but she smiled even more warmly. "Hello, classmate Gao. Thank you so much for today." Gao Qiao hurriedly bowed and said respectfully, "Hello, Sister Nian. You're too polite. It's my duty to help boss with some work." Help boss with some work. Hearing these words, Sui Xiaoyan's heart that had been in his throat immediately fell back into his stomach. Then, he smiled and started chatting with Gao Qiao. Wu Yuting's evaluation of Gao Qiao also improved. Her first sentence showed her attitude. This girl was really smart and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Sui Xiaoduo interrupted several times, but Sui Xiaoyan ignored him. She just kept talking to Gao Qiao. As long as she was talking to Gao Qiao, she would put away her childish and mischievous attitude. Gao Qiao felt that the person in front of her was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world. Sitting in front of her, she was graceful, beautiful, and elegant. She had skin of ice and bones of jade, and a heart of orchids. In any case, she was full of energy and firepower. Sui Xiaoyan only had one thought: "I want to see my people not dare to compete with me." Sui Xiaoyan successfully defeated Gao Qiao with a simple chat. This wasn't Sui Xiaoyan bullying her. The moment Gao Qiao saw her, she was already one step ahead of her and was convinced. Besides, Gao Qiao didn't have any competitive thoughts. Now that she saw this situation, she was even more frightened. It was too difficult to steal a man from such an existence. Although Sui Xiaoyan called them father and mother, Gao Qiao came from a big family. She understood everything almost instantly when she saw this posture. It was obvious that the man was in love and the concubine was jealous. There was no room for anyone else to intervene. The only outcome for those who forced themselves to do so was to be crushed by the joint forces of both sides and be reduced to cannon fodder, the kind that couldn't even raise a speck of dust. Therefore, from the very beginning, he agreed with Sui Xiaoyan and made his position clear. "Sister Nian Nian, you're so beautiful." Gao Qiao praised from the bottom of her heart. At first, we were all wondering why boss was so cold to the girls who tried to be nice to him in school. Some people even suspected that boss didn't like girls. You have to know that our hidden dragon school belles are all very good looking. Today, we finally know the reason. So that's why. Gao Qiao had a look of realization. So it's not that boss doesn't like girls. It's just that his standards are too high. Anyone who has such a beauty at home would be disdainful of the so-called beauties outside. When Sui Xiaoyan heard this, she was even more elated. She also understood that she had really misunderstood today. That with this thought, she couldn't help but let down her guard and become even friendlier. Gao Qiao couldn't help but sigh in her heart when she saw him being kind and joking around with her. "If you had maintained that kind of oppressive attitude and unreasonably crushed me, my competitive and rebellious nature would have been aroused. Perhaps I would have been able to make things difficult for you. But the moment you became intimate with me, I felt as if we were sisters from the bottom of my heart." However, this kind of change in aura didn't leave any traces. What was going on? How did you do it? This kind of natural affinity was too irresistible, big sister. If the cold Sui Xiaoyan made people feel like they could only look up to her, respect her, and be unattainable, then the current friendly Sui Xiaoyan made people only want to protect and take care of her. They couldn't even have the slightest thought of hurting her. Anything that hurt this clean girl would be unforgivable. This kind of feeling was so unreasonable. It came from the bottom of her heart and was natural. After a while, Gao Qiao simply held Sui Xiaoyan's hand and whispered to her in a low voice. Xiaoyan relaxed and smiled more. Especially when she heard about Xiaoduo's interesting stories, her pair of beautiful big eyes instantly squinted like the crescent moon in the sky. Her smile was extremely sweet. Gao Chao was stunned and felt a sense of pity. Not to mention, this old servant's subtle feelings spontaneously arose. Xiaoduo shook his head and wagged his tail, wanting to come up and eavesdrop. Every time, he was stared back by Xiaoyan. Wait a moment. I may have misunderstood, but I still have to settle the score with you. Otherwise, I would have rushed here in such a hurry. Although others don't know why, I still feel uncomfortable in my heart. However, as long as I teach this puppy a lesson, I can immediately feel at ease and feel better. It was his fault. After Gao Chao finished eating, she hurriedly left to work. She really couldn't stay any longer. This girl is too beautiful. If I stay any longer, I will lose all my confidence. Gao Chao had already decided that in the afternoon or evening, she must find a few girls to compete with to regain her confidence. Otherwise, he would always feel like an ugly duckling with mud all over its body, standing next to a spotless, snow-white swan. This kind of feeling was really terrible. Xiaoduo looked at Xiaoyan eagerly. He watched as Xiaoyan snuggled in Wu Yuting's arms and acted like a spoiled child to Changlu. At this moment, she was just an ordinary and innocent little girl. She was happy in front of her parents. What about me? Why are you ignoring me? Do you know that our parents have already promised you to me? You're already mine. This is already a done deal. Wife, do you know that? Humph. Xiaoyan saw Xiaoduo's eager eyes from the corner of her eyes. She snorted and turned her head away. Finally, Wu Yuting felt sorry for her son, but she still waved her hand. Doggy, come here. Xiaoduo immediately ran over while wagging his tail. Mom, Xiaoyan said, Mom, I heard that Doggy has hooked up with many beautiful girls in Hidden Dragon High School. Wu Yuting glanced at Xiaoduo and said, Doggy, are you serious? You have such ability. Xiaoduo was stunned. I don't have such ability. Xiaoyan was also stunned. Mom, you are lying to me. You don't. Wu Yuting frowned. Xiaoduo solemnly raised his hand. I swear to the gods, to the heavens, to the great author, and to millions of readers. I really don't have such ability. Everyone can testify for me. Xiaoyan quietly lowered her head, the corners of her eyes curved into a smile. That's good. Wu Yuting warned, if I find out that you are hooking up behind your sister Nian Nian's back. Do you know the consequences? Xiaoyan was shy. She turned her body and pouted. Mom. You can talk about him. What does this have to do with me? Wu Yuting rolled her eyes. Yes, it has nothing to do with you. If it has nothing to do with you, then you ran 40,000 miles in one morning. Look at how sweaty you are. Don't think that I can't tell that you are sweaty outside. Do you really think that your mom is an ignorant woman? Let's not talk about the flow of yuan qi in your body at that time. When you first entered the house, your father and I were almost frozen. Doesn't that mean everything? Now you actually dare to say, what does this have to do with me? Ha 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 ha. Xiaoyan hurriedly complained, Mom, you don't know. Little Gouda has been stirring up a lot of trouble recently. The Sword King's high martial arts life, the Sword King's. All these things are really unsightly. Also, this kid's temperament is unstable. He really needs to be taught a lesson. Xiaoduo felt wronged. I'm not, I'm so obedient. Xiaoyan's face was as cold as ice. Yes, you are. Xiaoduo, no. Xiaoyan, yes. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu watched the fight between their children. They didn't feel offended at all. Instead, their faces were filled with happiness and warmth. I really didn't. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. You said you didn't. Zhuo Xiaonian said. I was wrong. Faced with the argument, Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately backed down. Humph. I was wrong. I was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo apologized profusely. When there was no guilt in his heart, he felt no pressure saying that he was wrong. Although he said that he was wrong, it was just 3 words. Humph, how are you going to make it up to me? Zhuo Xiaonian said angrily. Tell me. I'll do as you say. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately stood up to receive a beating. You. Zhuo Xiaonian puffed up her cheeks and thought for a while before saying, sing and dance for me and Mom and Dad. That's it. That's easy. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately felt relieved. Hence, he set up a posture in the living room and sang and danced. I'm the obedient Xiaoduo, I'm the obedient little doll that I'm Dad's little sweetheart, I'm Mom's good boy that I'm Teacher's good student that I'm Sister Nian Nian's little dog. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof, Sister Nian Nian, don't be angry, listen to me sing for you. Woof 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 la 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 la. Woof. 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 Wah wah. A certain someone was acting funny as he sang. He winked at her, stuck out his tongue, and wagged his tail. His face was full of flattery. It was obvious that he was acting as himself and didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Pht. Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Xiaonian choked. She wasn't angry at all and was just putting on an act. Now that she saw this guy become a clown just to please her, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She bent over laughing, and the elegance of the moon fairy was gone. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiaonian laughed until she couldn't catch her breath. She was completely fine now that Wu Yuding and Zhuo Chonglu almost died of laughter. Chapter 7:11. Even Wu Yuding couldn't help but feel some admiration in her heart. This kid really didn't care about his face. To be honest, when it came to coaxing his wife, it seemed like this little dog was even better than his father. But since he was fine. His father. Wu Yuding ordered, let's go to the yard and have a look. Xiaoduo is going to release a lot of things. Zhuo Chonglu stood up with a smile, okay. The couple went out. Then, only Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo were left in the room. The atmosphere suddenly became strange again. In fact, the two hadn't seen each other for only a few months, not even a year. Zhuo Xiaoduo was just a little taller and stronger than when they were in Phoenix City. He looked a little like a teenager who was turning into a young man. Zhuo Xiaonian didn't change at all. Her temperament was colder, cleaner, and more beautiful. She was still the same as she was in Zhuo Xiaoduo's memory. If there was a change, it could only be said that she was more beautiful and attractive. But the atmosphere was strange when only the two of them were left. Zhuo Xiaonian coughed loudly, stopped smiling, and sat upright. She turned her head slightly and put on a cold and fairy-like appearance again, waiting for the little puppy to coax her. Miss Nian Mao. He. Zhuo Xiaoduo rubbed his hands. Humph. Zhuo Xiaonian picked up the teacup and drank tea, looking straight ahead. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned a few times like a mouse playing with its tail. Finally, he got close to Zhuo Xiaonian's small and transparent ear. He didn't say anything, but his breath blew a few strands of her hair. Zhuo Xiaonian felt itchy and couldn't help but laugh again. But in the end, she forced herself to hold back and put on a fairy-like appearance. She couldn't be nice to him. She had to catch this little puppy today. She couldn't let him go out and fool around. She had to make him afraid. But how could he make him afraid? Sua Xiaonian frowned and thought hard. She couldn't help but sigh. If only she could tie him to her side. Sister Nian Nian, let me tell you, there's been a major development. Sua Xiaoduo winked mysteriously. It's about us. Sua Xiaonian, who had just made up his mind to ignore him, couldn't help but be distracted. He couldn't help but ask, what progress? Sua Xiaoduo hesitated for a moment, sneakily glanced around, and directly moved closer to Sua Xiaonian's ear. Sua Xiaonian tried her best to resist the itch. She pricked up her ears and whispered, what's the matter? Sua Xiaoduo smelled a fragrance, and for a moment, he was infatuated, as if he had reached the end of life. He forgot what to say, and directly stuck out his tongue to lick the crystal-clear little ear. Wow! Sua Xiaonian jumped up with a bang. Her face was red as she pushed Sua Xiaoduo to the ground. Her voice was like thunder. Dog! You've got guts. She raised her fist and was about to rush over. Sua Xiaoduo's heart suddenly trembled, but he mustered up his courage and argued, our mother said yesterday that she promised you to me, hee. So it's not bold of me to kiss my own wife. Nonsense. I don't believe it. Who's your wife? Sua Xiaonian suddenly felt relieved, but she had to put on a face and pretend to be angry. She shouted, I don't believe it, mother would never do that. It's true, it's true. Sua Xiaoduo vowed. It's true, it's true. Sua Xiaonian stomped her feet and said angrily, anyway, I don't believe it, I'll go to mother now. I'll ask her to take back her order. She stood up and pretended to rush out. Sua Xiaoduo was anxious when he heard that. He didn't know what to do for a moment. He rushed forward and hugged her leg tightly. Don't go. Don't go. Sua Xiaonian struggled hard, but she felt that she couldn't break free. She said angrily, let go of me. You rascal. I won't let go. I'll be a rascal. Are you letting go or not? I'm not letting go. If you don't let go, I won't let go, I've prepared a gift for you. What gift? Ha! Sua Xiaoduo was a little confused. Did he just fool her? He hurriedly said, if you don't go out, I'll show you the gift, something bigger than the sky. Humph, then I won't look. For this gift of yours, I fought with someone and was almost beaten to death. Sua Xiaoduo sobbed, my chest was even shattered. Sua Xiaonian was shocked. Let me see, is it okay? She unbuttoned Sua Xiaoduo's shirt as she said that. Sua Xiaoduo covered his chest shyly. It's okay. Bah. Why are you covering your chest? Sua Xiaonian was angry and amused. Sua Xiaoduo climbed up with a smile. There are so many good things. They'll definitely surprise you, all of them will be of great help to you. Look how good I am to you, I miss you all the time. Let me see. Sua Xiaonian blushed. Then Sua Xiaoduo took out a jar of wine. Wine? Is this what you mean by something bigger than the sky? Sua Xiaonian widened her eyes. Yes, this wine is a great thing. Sua Xiaoduo laughed. It's something you'll never imagine. In Sua Xiaoduo's heart, this wine was indeed the #1 item in the world. This was the truth. The ice soul space soil was not even 1,000th of this wine in Sua Xiaoduo's heart. Since it's a good wine, open it and try it. Sua Xiaonian wanted to say that she was not satisfied, but she remembered that this was a gift from Gouda, so she pretended to be curious. No. Sua Xiaoduo was startled and said, this is what our mother said. You can't drink this wine until you reach the Ascension realm. Once you reach the Ascension realm, drinking it will greatly increase your cultivation. Sua Xiaonian's eyes lit up. It's such a treasure. That means you can't withstand its effects until you reach the flying heavens, right? Then it's really a great thing, a great thing. She couldn't help but be fascinated. This was a wine that only flying heavens cultivators could drink. What a great thing. Of course. Otherwise, why would I say it's a great thing? Xiaoduo revealed a cunning smile and said, "Remember to remind me when the time comes. I'm afraid I'll forget. When we reach the flying heavens, we'll drink it together. Each of us can only drink 1 cup per night. Isn't it amazing? Amazing!" Xiaoyan exclaimed. Flying heavens cultivators can only drink 1 cup per night. It's really a great thing. She became even more fascinated. "Don't forget to remind me," Xiaoduo said solemnly. "I'm very forgetful, you know." Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining. "Don't worry, I won't forget." She then engraved a soul brand in her heart, "Flying heavens cultivators drink wine. When the time comes, I'll remind Gude." Okay. After Xiaoduo explained this matter, he immediately put the wine away. Xiaoyan wanted to ask, "Isn't this a gift for me? Why did you put it away?" But she didn't ask. It didn't matter. Being with Xiaoduo was the same as being with her. At that time, she could still use this as an excuse to talk about it. Xiaoduo naturally had to introduce this wine first. This way, when his parents introduced it later, there would be no need to introduce this wine. He could just put it on the shelf and wait for the time when he could use it. He'd give me a thumbs up for this. Looking at Xiaoyan's face full of anticipation, Xiaoduo was delighted. "I'm even more looking forward to it. When the time comes." He'd from the beginning to the end, he didn't let Xiaoyan touch it. Xiaoyan also didn't know that although the good things they talked about were similar, in fact, they had different purposes. "Now is the gift for you. The first one, Xiaoduo took out a ring. Inside it was the Xian ice that Bing Xiaobing had just given to him. 8 cubic meters of Xian ice. Xiaoyan took it and opened it. She couldn't help but exclaim, This isn't Xian ice from the bottom of the sea. This is glacier Xian ice. No. Ancient Xian ice. There are 8 cubic meters of Xian ice." The extreme coldness inside made Xiaoyan feel comfortable from the inside to the outside. This effect was much better than the Xian ice that she had received. This is really a rare good thing. Xiaoyan's eyes were shining. She held the ring in her arms and looked at it as if it was a treasure. These Xian ice were really useful to Xiaoyan. With so much Xian ice, it was enough to build a complete cycle of Xian ice for her. Thus, it would grow and multiply endlessly, and the cycle would repeat itself. Xiaoyan couldn't open her hands when she saw it. This gift was really to her liking. "Dogda, how did you know that I was worried about the Xian ice? This is really a timely rain from the sky. He really put in a lot of effort." The second gift. Xiaoduo took out the second space ring mysteriously. "With these Xian ice, I am already satisfied. For a long time, I don't have to worry about the cultivation environment." Xiaoyan sighed. She really didn't have anything else to ask for. "Dogda is really my lucky star. I really want to give him a kiss." "Open it first so that you don't miss out on the good stuff." Xiaoduo laughed. Xiaoyan rolled her eyes and opened it. There are so many ancient Xian ice again. There were 7 or 8 cubic meters in the previous ring, right? There are more than 3 cubic meters in here. There are so many Xian ice. Xiaoyan was so surprised that she wanted to pour the Xian ice into one of the rings. But when she used her spiritual power, she was suddenly stunned. "What is this?" Sui Xiaoyan exclaimed. Her voice was 1 octave higher. Sui Xiaoduo said proudly, "Our mother said that this is a betrothal gift for you. How could she not choose the best?" Betrothal gift. Sui Xiaoyan blushed, but looking at the thing inside, he couldn't take his eyes off it. He couldn't take his mind off it. This is a complete living ice spirit. Sui Xiaoyan's voice trembled. She was so surprised that she didn't even want to care about the word betrothal gift. "So be it. I will accept it." But she couldn't say it out loud. She wanted to be a little proud, but now... forget it. But she couldn't say it out loud. She must go to her mother and act like a spoiled child. She wanted to express her dissatisfaction that she was arranged for her before she agreed. But shouldn't they be engaged after the betrothal gift? Dogda. Let's see where you can run to, I'm so tired. Please vote. Chapter 7:12. Looking at the ice spirit, Sui Xiaoyan liked it more and more. The ecstasy in her heart was about to overflow uncontrollably. Suddenly, she tilted her head and kissed Sui Xiaoduo on the cheek with her petal-like lips. "I'll go into seclusion first." Sui Xiaoyan ran away as if she had found a treasure. "This ice spirit is too weak. I need to cultivate it with all my heart." With a whoosh, she rushed straight into Sui Xiaoduo's bedroom. Ah! As soon as she entered, she was sprayed out by the foot odor. Her face was distorted as she rushed into the study. Her angry voice floated out. "Damn you! I'll settle this with you when I come out." The door slammed shut. She entered my study. Sui Xiaoduo's face was twitching. If she saw my cat-sniffing poem touching the spot on his face where he was kissed, he smiled foolishly. He only felt a chill just now. He didn't have time to enjoy it. He should consider kissing her longer next time that the door opened. Sui Chonglu and Wu Yuding walked in. "Done." Wu Yuding looked at her son from the corner of her eyes. Sui Xiaoduo's face twitched. He said, "The things are all sent out. But it's not done yet." This. He was still not sure. Nian Nianmao didn't say yes or no. She just kissed him and didn't say what she meant. His heart was in turmoil and he couldn't come to a conclusion. Luan Jia said anxiously. Wu Yuding looked at her son's troubled face and couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, I need you to say something about this. It's just that I can't say it myself." Sui Xiaoduo looked melancholy. "You know your daughter's temper. She doesn't have any restrictions on our agreement. She can fall out with me just like that." Sui Chonglu and his wife burst out laughing. Their image was ruined. The two of them had already seen that Sui Xiaoyan was already very willing. It was only this kid who was still worried about his gains and losses. "Okay, I'll tell you about it during dinner." Wu Yuding agreed immediately. Sui Chonglu hurriedly stopped him. "Be careful. What's there to be cautious about?" Wu Yuding looked at her husband strangely. Right now, the relationship between the two of them is more important than the relationship between a man and a woman. Sui Chonglu pondered and said, "So, at most, we can only settle it first. As for whether this relationship can be changed in the end, we can't say for sure. What if they don't make a good couple but a resentful one instead? That would be bad." Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, "Do you know them better than I do? Ever since Nian Nian found out about her background, this relationship has been very strange since then. Duo obviously has his own thoughts, but his lack of aptitude limits his imagination. Now that he has finally entered the path of cultivation and soared to the sky, he has seen hope. How can he give up? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, "How can I not know my own son and daughter?" Then she paused and said, "But what you said makes sense." She turned to look at Sua Xiao Duo, who was looking at her eagerly, and said, "Then let's talk about it first." Then. The marriage naturally can't be held now. Sua Xiao Duo hurriedly asked, "Then when should we hold it?" Pfft. Wu Yuding couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you in such a hurry? If it's yours, it can't run away. If it's not yours, you can't keep it even if you chain it. Besides, how old are you this year? Don't you feel embarrassed to be thinking about this and that?" Sua Xiao Duo looked embarrassed. He felt indignant. What was there to be embarrassed about? This was normal. A single dog who didn't want to find a wife was not a good dog. On this day, Sua Xiao Duo didn't practice martial arts, which was rare. After a while, he went to the door of the study and then walked up and down the stairs. He was so anxious that he felt like a pot of boiling water, but he also felt an indescribable happiness and peace. It was 6:30 in the evening. Gao Qiao, and the others had finished their work and left. They only left a list and moved all the supplies away. For the first time in his life, a miser like Sua Xiao Duo was so insensitive to the departure of his belongings. He casually put the list on the coffee table and then walked in circles in the room, scratching his ears and cheeks. "Xiao Duo, don't be in such a hurry." "Mom, I'm not in a hurry, . Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. "You are like a lion that was suddenly locked in a cage. In the blink of an eye, you have walked in circles more than 10 times. You're not in a hurry." When Sua Xiaoyan finally came out of seclusion, Sua Xiao Duo had already walked in circles in front of the door. Sua Xiaoyan looked tired. "How was it?" Sua Xiao Duo asked hurriedly. "How was it?" Sua Xiaoyan suddenly looked angry. She reached out and grabbed Sua Xiaoduo's ear and pulled him in. She pointed to the wall and asked, "What do you mean?" "Ah." Sua Xiaoduo's eyes darted around. Finally, he said shamelessly, "Sister Nian Nian. This is my lifelong wish." "Your lifelong wish is to stroke a cat." Sua Xiaoyan wanted to say "stroke me" in anger, but fortunately, she reacted in time. "Yes. That's it." Sua Xiao Duo looked like a hoodlum. He puffed out his chest and raised his head. "My lifelong wish is to sleep with you. And then." "Don't say it." Sua Xiaoyan's face was as red as blood. "Let's both take off the blanket," Sua Xiao Duo said righteously, not fearing death. Whoosh. Sua Xiaoyan ran out with a red face. Her heart was thumping. "Hooligan. I'm not talking to him anymore. Ah. I thought I was going to get even with him. Why did he come out himself?" She went to the living room and saw Sua Chonglu. Her face was still red as if she was drunk. "How is it?" Sua Chonglu asked with concern. "It's been activated. The ice soul spirit has regained its consciousness, but it still needs time to slowly reform it. After that, we can try to establish a connection with it." Sua Xiaoyan's eyes lit up when she talked about the ice soul spirit. With this ice soul spirit and these mysterious ice, Sua Xiaoyan had absolute confidence that she could reach the peak of the cloud transformation realm in 2 months. Then, she could start this round of cultivation compression. Once the ice soul spirit was subdued, it would be a partner for life. It would stay by her side for life. "How long will it take to subdue it?" Sua Chonglu asked with concern. Sua Xiaoyan estimated and said, "This ice soul spirit seems to have been suppressed. That's why it has been lonely for so many years. When I woke it up, it was very resistant. However, after I continued to inject energy into it to help it recover, its attitude softened a lot. So when I came out, it was very quiet. But this kind of spiritual object has a natural spirituality. I'm not sure how long it will take for it to recognize a master. Sua Xiaoyan frowned. Sua Chonglu raised his eyebrows and said, at the critical moment, you can consider asking Xiao Duo for help. How can Xiao Duo help? Sua Xiaoyan was confused. She didn't know what Sua Chonglu was talking about. Sua Xiao Duo had the sun attribute, which was the opposite of the ice soul spirit. How could he help? Wouldn't it make things worse? Let Xiao Duo use the Flaming Sun Sutra to its fullest to scare it. Sua Chonglu said seriously, trust me. When you can't subdue it, this method is the most effective. Sua Xiaoyan fell into deep thought. It's almost impossible to subdue such a natural spiritual creature if you blindly try to appease it. Sua Chonglu said seriously, think about it. How many years has it lived? How many years have you lived? It has been fighting with many creatures since it was born. Do you think you can defeat it with some gentle methods? So the best way is to force it to recognize you as its master. When the ship has sailed, we can slowly communicate with it, Sua Chonglu said. Sua Xiaoduo perked up and said, Father, I understand what you mean. It's like finding a wife. She's not very happy about it, but whether she's happy or not, she has to get married first. After a long time, she'll accept her fate. Sua Chonglu, Wu Yuting, and Sua Xiaoyan were speechless. This kid was hopeless. How could he say something like that so casually? This kid seemed to be implying something. Don't listen to your dad. He's too eager for quick success. Try to subdue it slowly. When you can't subdue it, you can ask Buddha to help you. Wu Yuting said, now, let's talk about a few important things. Sua Xiaoyan blushed and said shyly, what is it? She wanted to talk about the poem again, but now that her mother had spoken, it seemed like she wanted to talk about marriage. Sua Xiaoyan was embarrassed. Her heart thumped and she forgot about the debt. This matter was more important. On the other side, Sua Xiaoduo's eyes were shining. He sat up straight and said impatiently, Mom, I'm ready. Are you going to talk about that? Ahem. Sua Chonglu was disappointed. Can't you be more reserved? Why are you in such a hurry to find a wife? Sua Xiaoduo thought, you're a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. You don't understand the suffering of us single dogs. Although you haven't been in Fenghai for long, you've gained a lot. Wu Yuting said lightly, I didn't expect your dad and I to have a breakthrough in our cultivation. So, there are some things that need to be arranged. Sua Xiaoyan and Sua Xiaoduo were overjoyed when they heard that. A breakthrough in cultivation. That's great. Then, can I be a second generation that waits for death in the future? Sua Xiaoduo's eyes sparkled as he asked. He was somewhat fascinated by this kind of life. Wu Yuting stared at him. Why would you think of a second-generation kid at a time like this? Sua Chonglu sighed deeply and said, have you divided those things with Sister Nian? Yes. Have you sprinkled the spatial soil? Yes, but I haven't gone in to see the results yet. Okay. Then, do you still have the 3 drops of 9 Heaven Spirit Spring that Brother Xiaoyu gave you? Yes, they are. Dad, what's the use of that thing? Sua Chonglu said, each of you can take 1 drop of the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring. When you break through to the Skysoar realm, you can take a few more drops if you have the chance. But for now, 1 drop is enough for each of you. This thing is used to strengthen one's foundation. After taking it, it can strengthen one's divine soul and improve one's perception. Divine sense will also continue to grow. However, the biggest effect is that after taking it, it will burn the residue. Residue. Sua Xiaonian and Sua Xiaoduo were confused by this term. Chapter 7:13. The so-called residue is actually the residue left behind by the consumption of heaven and earth treasures. It's the resistance caused by the consumption of elixirs. It's the blockage of the sky soul realm that I mentioned before. After it's purified, it can turn the spiritual power in your dantian into the purest energy. You can think of it this way. At your current stage, consuming a single drop will cleanse you of all impurities. Zhua Changlu said, in other words, after consuming it, your body will be completely purified. In the future, when you eat the same kind of food, you can still get the benefits. Do you understand? Yes. But this can only be done after your cultivation reaches a certain level. Otherwise, for example, when you're at the initial stage of the cloud transformation realm, after consuming a lot of foreign things, the impurities in your body will be too much. Once you consume the ninth heaven spirit spring, your cultivation will drop by one stage or even more because too many impurities are burned away. Sua Xiaonian coughed and said, I just broke through to the cloud transformation realm. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. If it weren't for this, your dad wouldn't have said that you're at the initial stage of the cloud transformation realm. Silly girl. Cloud transformation realm. Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. He turned his head and looked at Sua Xiaonian with confusion. Sister Nian, you broke through to the cloud transformation realm? Yes. Sua Xiaonian raised her delicate little chin and took it for granted. How many times did you suppress your breakthrough in the nascent soul realm? Sua Xiaoduo asked sadly. About 18 or 19 times. About 20 times, Sua Xiaonian said. 18 or 19 times. 20 times. Sua Xiaoduo calculated in his heart. If that's the case, it seems that I'm still not a match for her. Damn it. You can eat it whenever you want, but remember to eat it before bed. Well, Nian Nian can eat it before bathing, Wu Yuding reminded them. Sua Xiaonian immediately understood. Okay, Mom. Actually, although Nian Nian cat smells nice, she smells really bad when she's cleansing her meridians. Sua Xiaoduo sighed. He. Sua Xiaonian glared at him. Just you wait, dog. Mom and Dad left right after the parent-teacher conference, but I took a month off. I'll seal your cultivation first, then go bungee jump 8,848 meters. It had been a long time since he had experienced the taste of his limits, right? As for the third drop, Sua Changlu said, Xiaoduo, you deal with it yourself. If you want to keep it for yourself, you can. For example, when you break through to the nascent soul transformation stage and suppress your dantian, you can take a drop when you can't suppress it anymore. You can instantly evaporate some of the impure spiritual energy, and then cultivate again to suppress it. However, at your current cultivation level, until you reach the peak of returnance profound, you are only allowed to consume 1 drop per cultivation level. Do you understand? Sua Zhanglu said solemnly. Sua Xiaoduo coughed. There's only this much. It'll be gone after 1 is consumed. How can I have more? Sua Changlu snorted and didn't say a word. Do you think I don't know the two of you? Little Nianji is stronger and can be more stable, but little Sua Duo, this little puppy, is really tormenting the world. Sua Changlu wouldn't be surprised if he really got more Jiuxiao spring water. After all, the legendary Jiuxiao spring water rotated in the sky, and no one knew where it would go. It rose and fell with fate. Sua Changlu wouldn't tell him that when he broke through to a certain cultivation level, the Jiuxiao spring water suddenly passed by his head and filled him with a mouthful of it. The spiritual effect of that mouthful of Jiuxiao spring water directly burned him from the ashes of that cultivation level to the peak of the sky realm. Dad, Mom, what was your cultivation level before? Sua Xiao Duo was fascinated and itchy. It should be the top of the continent, right? Or the top of the influential. Or the Heavenly King stage. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Sua Xiaoduo's face was almost in front of Wu Yuting and Sua Zhonglu's. Please don't tell me that Nian Cat and I are actually the top second generation of this continent. Actually, you two are just biding your time and keeping a low profile. You're afraid that we'll become arrogant, so you've been hiding it all this time. Now that we're all grown up, it's time to let us know that we're the kind of second generation that others can't afford to offend. That's why. Sua Xiaoduo's sparkling eyes were filled with anticipation. I really want to be one of those second generation. If I really am, then it'll be great. I'll carry my parents' flags and wander around the Astral Souls continent every day. That feeling. Just thinking about it makes me drool. Sua Chonglu and Wu Yuting were speechless. You guessed right. But we'll never tell you this kind of thing. Initially, he had been thinking about whether he should tell them the truth and tell them about his and his wife's identities. But now that they saw this guy's expression, the two of them were in no mood at all. They immediately extinguished that thought that if she really let him know the truth, from the looks of it, this little bastard might really start to lie on his parents' meritorious deeds and become a salted fish, never to think about growing up again, that he didn't need to act, he was just a good-for-nothing. A top-notch one. Sua Chonglu could only think about it for a while. Then, he revealed a bitter smile. You're thinking too much. Your mother and I are actually two wanderers. It's just that our cultivations are passable. Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian both perked up. Their parents were finally going to talk about their past. This was a rare thing. Wu Yuting was also thinking about it silently. She sighed at the right time and looked a little down. Back then, when your mother and I were about to break through to the Sky Realm, we encountered a strong enemy. Sua Zhonglu's face was filled with disappointment and frustration as he said, we all thought that we were going to be ranked among the top experts of the world just a moment ago. But reality gave us a head-on blow. A great battle directly knocked us down to the mortal world. We lost our martial arts foundation and were no different from ordinary people. The husband and wife lowered their heads at the same time and thought to themselves, what should we do next? Why didn't we think of this before? But after all, we have a strong foundation. Even if our foundation is damaged and we become ordinary, we still have a way to save ourselves. It's just that this method of experiencing the mortal world requires us to grind away the evil spirit and hatred in our hearts. We also need to let ourselves experience the great Tao and shed our spirit before we can hope to recover. Wu Yuting continued to make up the story. Now, we've experienced the cultivation of the mortal world and the tempering of our souls. Finally, we're about to achieve perfection. Sua Chonglu sighed softly as if he was lamenting. In fact, he really couldn't make up any more stories at this point. He didn't know what else to make up. Sua Xiaoduo and Sua Xiaonian were filled with righteous indignation. Mom! Dad! Who beat you up back then? Who's our family's enemy? The siblings rubbed their fists and palms together. Who dared to beat my parents? Humph! I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge. Sua Chonglu's eyes lit up. He murmured, even if your mother and I can recover our cultivation and have a chance to enter the Tao again, our foundation is too damaged. I'm afraid it'll be difficult for us to take revenge in this lifetime. Even if we recover, it'll be difficult for us to improve. If we want to take revenge, we really have to rely on you too. This seemed to be a small goal for the little dog. Sua Xiaoduo said with a murderous aura, who is it? Dad, you just have to tell us the name. We'll naturally tell you when your cultivation reaches a certain level. Our enemy was already a Skysoar realm cultivator back then. It's useless for you to know now, and it'll only add to your troubles. Moreover, in the past 20 years, we haven't made any progress, but that doesn't mean the enemy hasn't made any progress. Especially since the enemy is also a rare genius. Perhaps his cultivation has improved more than just a single step. Wu Yuding sighed. Who cares how high his cultivation is? Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo shared a common hatred for their enemy. Their faces were filled with an expression of, I swear I'm not human if I don't take revenge. Done. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Well, we've completed the final stage of training this time. Which is the final stage of recovering our cultivation. Zhuo Chonglu coughed and said, at that time, we might fake our deaths. You two don't have to be sad about this. It's pointless to be sad. Fake our deaths. Zhuo Xiaoyan frowned. Something didn't feel right. Zhuo Xiaoduo also widened his eyes. Both of them had the same feeling. Could it be that Dad and Mom had contracted some terminal illness or had a relapse of their old injuries? Were they using this as an excuse to not be sad? Zhuo Xiaoduo hurriedly used his providence points and physiognomy to look carefully. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. He still couldn't see anything. Don't worry. Zhuo Chonglu laughed and said, it's just that they're not breathing and have turned into a corpse. They just look like a dead person. Ah. What? Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan exclaimed at the same time. Then, within a day, the corpse will completely evaporate and turn into specks of light, melting into the void. That's when we'll go back. Zhuo Chonglu said, do you understand now? A corpse. The two of them became even more nervous. Don't worry. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan were still nervous. The ominous shadow shrouded their hearts and was difficult to erase. Then when will you come back? Zhuo Xiaoduo sensitively grasped the key point. We've never had a similar experience before. Well, we've just recovered. I'm afraid we'll need about 3 years to consolidate our cultivation. Zhuo Chonglu coughed and said without changing his expression, but you can rest assured that we'll call you as soon as we go back. Call? What kind of explanation is that? Zhuo Xiaoyan said suspiciously, don't tell me you recorded it in advance. Wu Yuding smiled and rubbed Zhuo Xiaoyan's head. You're overthinking. Don't you know how to ask questions? Can't you tell the difference between a dead person and a living person? Even if you're an artificial intelligence, you won't have all kinds of personal habits, right? Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly. That's true. What if you forget? Zhuo Xiaoduo still felt that this matter was too mysterious. Fake death and come back to life, the disappearance of the physical body, and the resurrection of the dead. Why did it sound so unreliable? It was too mysterious. How is that possible? Wu Yuding said angrily, how can I not want my own child? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.